We got time, but no money. But there ain't nobody.
Out here on the street, I'm losing my way. You've gotten to me, and that's my mistake. Some might say I can't get too far without seeing your face. Oh. You gave me your heart and took it away. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground, going underground. 'Cause your love is not around anymore. Going underground, 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 yeah. Going underground, 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 yeah. I hide in the dark, nowhere to be found. Where there was a spark, there's now only doubt. No, no, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, I thought you were sure, now you're a loser. I'm going underground, going underground. Say your loving comes around, going underground.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Permobil Imola 10-hour round 2 of the ACC Endurance Series run by Octane Online Racing. So Permobil is our title sponsor here today, doing advanced assistive solutions and bringing the active lifestyle to those who are less able. Joining me in the comm spot, we've got Mitch Hobbs and Tim Lawson. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mike. I'm very looking forward to this event.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be with the team this morning for the start of the Imola 10 hour.
And of course, we've got our fantastic broadcaster, Neil, sitting behind the scenes, giving these beautiful images from the rather moist circuit this morning.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit on the moist side, and we're seeing on the weather radar there is medium rain coming in the next 30 minutes, probably even 20 minutes now. So it's going to be an exciting start to the race.
That's really going to spice things up, and yeah, look at that fantastic sunrise image there.
Yes, they were all commenting last night with the shootout that they were hoping for a little bit of wet weather to try and gain some advantage for some of the guys that weren't able to make it into the top 10. So some would be excited, some probably not as.
So what a great event that shootout was. So just going through the results of that shootout. That shootout sets the top 10 of the starting order here. So the number 89 car of BS Plus Competition XHL, driven by Philippa Bakita, setting the top time of 1 minute 40.232. Just the whisker clear of No Idea, driven by Matt Lamb. Just ahead of Zach Smith in the Alpha Venturi 818 car at 140.317. Just two tenths ahead of the Alpha Venturi 919 car, driven by Andrew Lawrenson. Then the NPRGP, driven by Dafa, I'm going to butcher this name, Adiansa, I think that's right, doing a 140.610. Then we've got the 05 Motorsport, driven by Tim Brook. Kovacs Purple, driven by JP Sonikas. Sausage Curb Racing, I love that name, and I love that livery as well, driven by Christopher Larson. Then the 600 car of Perry Fast, driven by Alexis Bowen. And finally, the Alpha Venturi 717, failing to set a time, driven by Pat Oliver.
Yeah, it was a tough one there for the Pat, just not being able to quite set that valid lap, but they all gave it a good shot, and Philippa just edged out the No Idea car by 700, so just very little within it. And I'm suspecting on the race start there's going to be no room given between these two at the start.
Yeah, less than a second separating that top 10.
That's the content we like to see.
Mitch, do you want to take us through the next 10 starters?
Oh, just for you, Mike. I can. Currently in P11, we've got the Wackos Flip Table Racing. In 12th, we've got the iRacing is Better team. Our streamer Daniel Gray there. P13, we've got the FPS Evolve Racing at Yellow. And in P14, we've got MPR GP 2.0, all in the M4 for this one. P15's Kovacs Racing Yellow, who are in the Bentley. Cookie Car 1 in P16 are driving the Aston Martin. P17 is the Alliance Pro team in the M4. Rockets Evolved in P18 in an interesting choice in the Nissan. It's a bit of an underdog here. P19 is the 1.50 Macca Special, 1.50, however you want to pronounce that, in the Aston. And in P20, we've got the 777 Racing Orange Car taking the choice of the Lexus.
In the top 20, all within 1 second of their qualifying times. And at 21st, we have Opposition Lock in the Aston Martin. And the Aston Martins take out the start of our grid from here with Convicts and Colonials in 22nd spot. Death Racing in 23rd. Also, there's the 3 Aston Martins before we move to the Porsche for FPS Evoluz Racing Orange. 25th on the grid is MRT in the Moment with the Aston Martin. 26 is 2T Racing BMW M3 or M4, sorry. 27th on the grid, Sofa King Slow in the Mercedes. 28th is GSR Esports in the BMW. 29th is the MRT Dare to Dream in the Mercedes. And 30th on the grid, 777 Racing Black is in the Lexus. Following through at 31st is MRT Lost Our Way in the Aston Martin. 32nd BDE Motorsports in the BMW. 33rd on the grid is MRT Legend Diary in the Nissan. 34th is Kovacs Racing Blue and a string of BMWs now. 35th is Spare Tyre Racing. 36th Kovac Racing Green. And to round out a cluster of BMWs on 37th is Bricks Racing. 38th is 25 Motorsports for a string of Aston Martins now. 39th Team ANZ CRL. 40th is Kovacs Racing Red.
Yep, we'll jump over to the last 8. In 41st, we've got Team Name in the Mercedes. 42nd is Odyssey Racing in the Porsche. P43 is Power Simsport in the M4. P44 is Rustana Spin. I think that's how I pronounce that. If I pronounce that correctly, in the Mercedes. P45 is No Punt Intended in the Porsche. P46 is 1.51 Macca Special. Macca's Special in the Aston. P47 is Cactus Autosport in the Mercedes. And to round off our 48 car grid, we have Team Alliance Black in the Mercedes.
This is a huge grid, and it's a classy looking grid here. So I think that is 2 seconds separating the whole grid, just over 2 seconds from front to back.
Yes, but I'd like you to pay attention to the incoming weather, lads. Have a look at that.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So we were just talking behind the scenes. We're just talking behind the scenes about how many laps we might get during this 10 hours. So what's your guesstimate of how many laps we might see with the variable weather here?
Wow. With variable weather, I couldn't guarantee, but I estimated in a full dry race, which obviously we're not going to get here, sort of expecting, I'd say, around 340 to 50 laps or so. Obviously, we've got to give way for pit stops and everything, but in mixed conditions, probably looking in, 330s, even maybe the 320s over the whole 10 hours.
Well, the slight change of weather here could be the entice for a safety car in the first couple of laps. Let's pray not. But the red mist will come down when the drivers take off from the green light, and turns 1 could be interesting.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be very interesting. So we spoke about the top 10 when we were just running through that grid order. So who do you think are the top performers in this race so far, and what are they going to need to do to succeed in this race today?
Yeah, I think obviously our eye will be on the top 10, but of course we're looking to see other battles outside of there. Your top performers you're looking at, of course, all eyes will be on Car 89, the best plus competition, I should say, XHL car in P1, looking to probably take the win here. But in this race with the mixed conditions, all you want is consistency and keeping it on the track as much as possible. That's all you want. So you can keep it that way, you'll gain positions over the 10 hours.
I believe it was car 818 that was fastest in pre-practice. We were yet to see a 139, but it was proposed potentially on a dry track during a race. It may have been possible, but with this weather, this has thrown it into the mix. So grab the popcorn, get yourselves ready. This is going to be an absolute cracker start.
Yeah, they're going to really struggle to warm the tyres up on this this formation lap here. It's going to be very interesting, I think. I love that livery that we see on camera 2 there, the Lega livery.
There's a lot of nice liveries out there. I don't think you can single one out as being nice. Even the one in camera 1 there, the Canon P2315, no idea. That's a very nice livery, I must say.
So good morning to everyone in chat. So pop in your predictions for how many laps we'll get, and we'll see who gets the closest to the mark.
Tyre warming strategy coming up, but I'm not sure how warm they're going to get. It's just the track's just gone to damp, so this is going to make things interesting. Dry in 30. That's going to make the strategy all but very strategic.
Just as we're getting ready to head down to the last pair of corners, is there any rivalries carrying over from the last round?
Can't think of any off the top of my head.
Car 89 will be looking for a clean start. They were very unsuccessful in their first opening lap at Bathurst, so they will have some history to make up there to try and get away cleanly. But we can't underestimate car 315, 818, 919, 789 are all competitive. So this is going to be on the edge of your seat.
All right, and they're getting ready to line up. So Hobbsy, take us away for the first lap, mate.
Cannot wait to call the first lap of the Imola 10 hour. We've got Andy O'Hara there starting in the 89 car P1. Matt Lamb there, P2. Zachary Smith there's P3. Andrew Lionson starting P4. Dafa Ardianza there in P5. We've got Brooke and Sneakers as we're coming round. technically the last corner, if you want to call it. Coming up to the lights now as we get ready to go green, and we've gone green. It's a good start there from the M4 in the back. Good start from the Aston. Nice and equal. 818's trying to push 919 out to the outside. Let's see how O'Hara handles the first turn here. Done well. 818's trying to get side by side with 315. Can't get it done. It looks like one of the AVR cars lost position on the start. I think that's the 919 car lost out to Alianza. So we now come through to the end of Sector 1. Gonna have to be as careful as possible here in the wet conditions. Some drivers may even be on the dry tyres. A pink Merc. It's gone a little bit wide there. That's one of the MRT cars, I believe. Going to stick it to the inside to try and lose as little positions as possible. Keep going now. Oh, it's a good one around the outside for that AVR car there. We're on board with Malik now. P14 currently. He's just sitting behind, I believe, is that car of Daniel Hunter. Looks like they've had a bit of a slower start. It's all clean so far. Looks like there's one car at the back that may have had a bit of an incident. Might have to look at that a little bit later on. The cars get nice and close to Aqua Mineral now. Andrew O'Hara's pulled out a little gap already to the 315. Through the chicane they go. All the cars looking fairly stable through there, even in the wet. They want to try and keep off those sausage curves on the outside there, those little yellow ones. You can get a track warning there. That's another thing we want to keep an eye out for throughout these 10 hours as the drive-throughs for track limits.
There's a bit of yellow at Aqua Minerale there.
There is. Ooh. Might have to get an eye on that one, possibly in the replay, see what's going on, see who's benefited the least. Let's have a look. This battle's still here. Zachary Smith's trying to catch Matthew Lamb on the straight. It's going to get the slipstream. Ardianza's just sneaking the back there.
We've got a car diving into the pits already. Maybe a bit of damage on the opening lap there.
Yes, quite possibly. As we're on board with Yatlam Law now for Wacko's flip table, looking towards the inside of the Honda of Larson. And backs out of a smart decision in the wet.
See him slipping around a little bit, trying to negotiate a bit of grip from the track there. Very close behind, yeah, taking the smart decision just to back out of it. Just keep the pressure on, live to fight another day. This is going to be tighter than a pair of pants after Christmas dinner here.
And there would have been a nervous moment pushing around the outside of the hairpin there. There's not much grip out there in the dry, let alone trying to do that in the wet.
Table racing car. They've got Daniel Hunter in the 69 car there, just trying to sneak in there. The team for Team iRacing is better. Don't agree with that statement, but anyway, we're here to race. Matthew Lamb here, still P2. O'Hara's slowly just pulling away in that M4. As we see, it's the MRT team behind Hunter here, just trying to get in on this battle a little bit. It's a 3-car battle. Looks like.
Oh dear, that MRT car just going a bit wide there at Variante Alto and hitting the sausage curbs as we get a replay of that opening lap. Oh dear, just a little bit of a boop in Piratella there.
Yeah, that's a tough little corner in the wet Piratella, and then through Aqua Mineral, and there's a big tap. Ooh, spun that M4 around.
Oh, it just cascades onwards.
Thankfully for those teams, it didn't look like too much damage, which is good. Continue on, hopefully, at least till the track dries up and they need to jump on the dries.
Oh dear, went off. So on board with Hunter here. Oh gee, that car in front is sliding around more than a penguin on a slip and slide. Struggling to find some grip in the wet there.
It'd be interesting to see the strategy of any cars that may have actually jumped on the dry, seeing if it's going to dry up in 30. It's going to go heavy first. We can see 10 minutes. That's telltale sign, medium rain there, that icon. Currently light rain, so it's going to get heavier before it really calms down. It'd be interesting to see what the strategy there is for some teams.
Hunter following Landlaw into Aqua Minerale here. Nice.
Really nice exit, yeah.
Real nice tight line there.
time. Let's have a look what we've got going on here. Oh, that's a big gaggle of cars. Aston going down the inside. 3 wide. That is never
Round the
wide.
outside.
Ooh.
Oh dear. Oh
That
dear.
Aston didn't really benefit there. That's really unfortunate. It's okay, still 9 hours 54 to go. There's a nice battle pack going on here. Joshua Hill's in the middle of it. P16 for the 150 Aston there. Let's see what he can do. He's got McClaws in front of him in the M4. There's Bab in front there in the bend, which is not very good in the wet, so we'll probably be trying to put pressure on the attack as much as possible, as the rain's actually going to increase as well in 10 minutes, as you can see from the icon there. So definitely going to bucket down more before it dries up. It'll be interesting to see how quickly it does dry up on the track.
Yeah, there's going to be a few more penguins out there, and I dare say that that car that was diving into the pits before, maybe they started on the dries. Maybe they made that wrong call, made a Ferrari decision, and went out on the wrong tyres, and have decided to, you know, put their tail between the legs, go back and put some wet shoes on.
Ooh, Porsche just dove down the inside there, that Lexus. There's a miss in there, I think that's Rockets Evolved. It is Stephen Ty at the moment, P19, just see if we can get past that Lexus. Had a good exit, Porsche's just trying to defend, keep the tyres in check.
Great exit, what's it do? Goes for the inside. There's really only one line here at the moment. Really only one line. It's very hard to overtake in the wet here. Come down to Aqua Minerale, just tap it down through the gears, down to second in the Nissan. And trying to keep it in bounds going up the hill.
This is the dive, I believe, from Outland Law on Larson. Or Larson may have... Oh, he's had a moment, he's been tapped. Ooh, it's a bit too much inside there. Ooh, BD can't down the inside. I've got a question for you two while it's on my mind. Say you're a driver, in 30 minutes it goes dry, but do you stay on the wets as long as possible, or do you pit in early for the dries and try and get that undercut as the track dries up and have the warmer tyres?
Well, Imola is a little bit interesting. It does hold some standing water around the track. You can now start making those executive decisions as a driver. You could choose to stay out as long as possible. There's situations where you may have a faster car but can't take advantage due to the pace being in the incorrect area. You could choose to pit early, or if the car in front of you pits, you could choose to stay out to try and take the overcut. It is going to be the individual decision of these drivers, and it could pay off or it could be an error. My choice would be to stay out.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a wise decision that the drivers were on board with Eric Scarney, who we just saw pop-ups, got the first penalty of the race. I didn't quite catch what it was. I think it was a penalty for a collision of some sort. On board with Joshua Hill now, who's got Fernandez. I know. He's in P25 according to the leader there. What's going on there? Is he had a moment? He must have. He was up P16, so I wonder if we can get a bit of eyes on that. See what's happened there for him. That's really unfortunate. Coming through Aqua Mineral now.
It's pretty crowded around there.
Yes,
Nice,
really
nice and
back.
yeah, nice and tight racing here.
Oh, as a Porsche goes for a dive. Ooh.
He's having a
That
harder
was
time.
optimistic.
Yeah, he's having a harder time keeping his car on the track than the toddler and the sugar rush there.
And there could be a couple of cars counting a cut penalty there as well, with those 3 strikes before they get a time advantage or disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely 3 warnings, and the next one you've got to drive through. It's a little bit more lenient in the wet, but other times it can just give you a warning because it feels like it. As we go to the replay now to see exactly what happened to, I believe this will be Joshua Hill in the Aston there. Let's see what's happened. Oh, he's just missed the braking point and he's gone off and he's had a spin. He's held it well though, I'll give him that. It's a really good effort from him.
Yeah, sometimes it can be pretty nasty if you mess up that corner and you go a bit too wide and then you spear off the other side of the track there. So he's done very well to keep that pointed in the right direction.
Look at the spray from the cars in front there. They've got the wipers pounding, not probably on the fastest setting, so it can get a little bit distracting, knowing that as a driver, but it's just, you can't see it. Like, where's the braking point? Can you see it?
And the rain is going to increase a little bit still before it clears up in about 30.
Yeah, it's classic ACC weather prediction. Sometimes it doesn't always give us 100% insight.
And that heavier weather is going to make this next couple of turns quite interesting. There is normally some water that collects right about here on
There's
the
someone
track.
off again. Sorry to interrupt. Someone's just gone off again. So we see Callan Gibbons here for MRT Dare to Dream. Got a fan in the chat, Jan Tully, grandmother, I believe, of Callan Gibbons, supporting him. Good to see in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat that's popped in the last 10 minutes or so. Missed the race start. It's been very entertaining start to see here. That's Joshua Hill, who's had another incident for Acra Minerals. Just let the Mercedes there go past.
This is very tight coming down here to Tamburello. Not Tamburello. This is Rivazza. Rivazza 2. My mistake. Tamburello's the first chicane after the start finish line. So going too wide here. He's got a good exit out of the corner, and he's going to make this overtake. Is he going to be able to make it stick? He's got the inside line to the first turn, but he will be on the outside for the second. It'll be really a test of who wants to break the latest, and he's through to the front, getting it done.
Oh, I was a little bit worried there that I think that's an Aston there. Might have looked to the outside. Hello, Preach. So we see cars going too wide. Coming down to the end of sector 1. Cam Ross is looking to get involved in this again. It's MRT team ahead there in the Nissan. It's Scani in the car still, yep. As you see, Jared King's got 15 seconds for causing a penalty on that one. As we see another penalty. Oh, it's another penalty. It's a bit of a tap. No spin though. Keeps going. That's good. That was, I think, Scani on Pete Viney there. So we're just going to keep an eye on that. Someone's giving them flash. They're not happy, that Lexus.
I don't see as many Porsches around as we did last year. How do you think the Porsches are going to fare in this race?
Depends how honest you want our opinions to be.
Yeah, the current weather would certainly advantage for the Porsche, but the long straights of Imola is generally not in favour. The BOP doesn't allow them to have the top speed that would keep up with the balance of the other cars.
Porsche's not known as probably the best car around here. Definitely still not the slowest, as we see Yatlam Law. Oh, he's looking to the outside of Tim Brook, but he stayed there. Did the right thing. Daniel Hunter's still looking down. Yep, I was about to say it's going to be a bad exit there from Brook. Yatlam's going to go around the outside. Oh, he's touched the grass stones. Nearly spun. Wow, that was close. Someone needs to check Daniel Hunter's pants after that one.
That got my heart rate up a little bit, I tell you.
Yeah, that was very scary. Yatlan Law still looks to attack after that mistake. And you see Ben Hignett there in the MRT. One of the MRT cars, that lovely pink Merc. You can't really miss it. Sitting there in the background. Yatlan Law looks again to see what he can do on Daniel Hunter for iRacing is better. In the weather, the rain, that medium rain's finally going to calm down a little bit. Still not to light rain. Still going to calm down within the next 10 before it slowly moves away to dry again.
So what are the common sort of mistakes that drivers will see drivers making in this sort of race?
Depends on the conditions, really. Yeah. You go, Tim.
Easy for track limits, especially coming around through Pirabeba, across the top of the hill there, getting wide, and also coming out of Varianto for the chicane. That's going to be something to conscious. The braking zones, as we've mentioned already, in this weather, ensure that you're getting on the brakes and able to slow the car down. We've seen some guys run wide and deep into the corners.
We're looking for Law's looking to get this move done this time round.
Oh, and he had it. He just almost couldn't pull that up and messed the eggs a little bit, but so did Hunter.
So he's
Just
just stepped off that dry line for a second, and he looks like he's managed to hold that place. Yeah, he's closing right up on these two now.
I don't know if you can tell he is with the amount of spray that's coming off the front of that back of that car. Still going now. So through, really good to see. Hopefully no mistakes from them. Still the one from Yatland where they just missing the breaking point coming down through the corner. So he pulled it back up, got past Hunter again from straight to turn 1. Technically turn 2, but we don't talk about that technicality. Ooh, bit of a hit there. Hitting that sausage curve, bouncing the car, but Hickman's lost a bit of the time that he gained.
Will that be a speed ticket there, or will he get the leniency of the wet weather stewards?
No, I think that'll be leniency. More so, it's the exit of Aqua Mineral on that outside there. If you dip your tyres a little bit too far in, you get a bit of a warning. So we go to the replay now.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's a lovely camera view, but yeah, that's not really what you want to see. This is Ardianza now on the back of 315 car. Matthew Lamb, no idea. Really trying to back up there is Zachary Smith's got past Matt Lamb's 2 seconds off Andrew O'Hara at the moment.
Lamb a little bit wide on the exit there. Let me see, Alex Eam getting a 15-second penalty for a collision on lap 1.
That's okay, still plenty of time. For anyone who doesn't know, you need to serve those time penalties in your pit stop. They're incorporated on top of the 30 seconds that you get, and any damage that you've got as well is incorporated into that time.
Another replay here.
This is a 717 car.
Diving into the pits. Is that
Oh.
Oh dear.
I wonder if they might have gone in early for the dries potentially, and that's what's caused that issue. We'll never know. So we keep going here with Dafarati Anza again for MPRGP. Still P4 at the moment, 789 car. That M4 is looking really planted though in the wet, really putting all the pressure on Matt Lamb there.
Yeah, was that a Ferrari decision for that car to go into the pits and then come out on dry tyres on still a damp track? Or the track is still wet?
Going dry in 10 though, so it's going to make things interesting in the next sort of 10 to 30 minutes.
Yeah, really important to be on the right tyre at the right time. However, you don't want to be caught lounging around, spending 1 or 2 laps out there waiting for everyone else to, make the call and find out if it is faster or not.
Just looking at the way these cars are moving around, they could be looking to challenge the tyre temp on their wet tyres. They are moving off the drier line into the water to try and cool their tyres down. So it could be some guys are struggling now with the tyre pressures.
Interesting call. I love this Cookie Monster delivery there.
Oh, that's great. Ben Kerr there at the moment driving the 300 car. Car 1. Oh, that's great. That's brilliant. Whoever came up with that. Round of applause, sir. Oh, man.
Yes, and a big hand to all of the liveries for this event. Absolutely outstanding, the amount of time that does go into making these.
Abby getting challenged from behind by Mr. Potter here. Potter in the BMW chasing down the Bentley of Bad.
Emphasise, I believe this car, the 732, started 32nd on the grid from what I heard Tim say earlier, and they're already up to 17th, so it's a really good start to the race from there on.
That's an outstanding start.
And I think another mover is car 247 for Stasha Death. I believe that could also be one of the highlights for the early start of the race.
Ooh, that's going to be wide. from
Babs
Bab there.
wide.
Ooh,
Kieran Potter
that-
will move through as he got the lead there. He's got his nose in front. And he will take the lead into the next corner down to the Rivazza turns.
Yeah, that was a bit of a clincher there, I think, for Potter. Just drivers need to keep in mind, this is over the whole race, that's not specifically for that incident. Wet track, or dry track for that matter, just give that racing room when they come back on the track. But it's good to see that Potter was aware of it, moved across to let Bab back on.
Yeah, great racecraft from two experienced drivers there. There's battles everywhere on this track.
I know, where do we look? This one. The Cookie Monster car, we just saw Ben Cato there. Cookie car 300. Looking at car 70 there, coming to the outside of the hairpin. Might actually go for a switchback here, depending on what goes on. Ooh, decides around the outside, maybe the better case. That's... Ooh, we might get it done here.
He's going to carry it all the way around. He was going to be on the outside for Piratella as well.
We might get it... Oh, yeah, backed out. Good decision there. It's really safe and respectful racecraft there. I'd love to see that.
There's still 9.5 hours to go, so there's no sense in sticking your neck out in battles where you might come off second best.
Yeah, and that's just from a really good awareness from the drivers, knowing they've still got that time. It's going to dry up anyway, so there's going to be some different strategies to play out. It's good just to let them go past, play their own game for the next 9.5 hours.
We're just looking at Sasha Death now. I believe Sasha started close to P30, so 10 position gain. Outstanding drive by Sasha yet again, but still early. Only 23 minutes into the race so far.
So, can either of you give us any more background information on some of the drivers that may not be as well known in this race?
Well known and fast, or well known in general?
I think you know, there's some names that we've seen around the block a few times. We're all familiar with the very speedy likes of you know, Maddie Lamb, Andy O'Hara, obviously Bakita, JP Sonicus. Who else around here? So
Yeah, well, some of the lesser known ones, and the names that I'm only seeing for the first time, in Imola for a little while now, is car 15, Fernandez. I believe this might be his first race in Imola, maybe in sprint at some point there. Malik as well, P13 I believe, and P12 as well. I'm not sure if that last name. Dreyer, I believe that's pronounced. Is also, looks like a name I haven't personally seen before. So it's good to see a couple of new drivers coming in, having a go. Really good to see.
A few of the names that I've driven with over the years. We've got the number 26 BMW company driven by Paul Huddy. Paul was probably struggling a little bit at the wet, but in the dry weather he will be ultra competitive, as well as his team. And car 16 is the team that I would normally be driving with if I was fit. At the moment we've got Damien Lloyd driving the car, but when Nico gets into the car, he was running close to the 140s in qualifying and practice, so we expect some pace in him during the dry weather.
Jump over to a replay now. Let's have a look. That's it's looking closer to the pack cars, and there's been a bit of a tap there.
oh, double tabby.
Oh dear, there's a lot of taps there. Good run from the M4 just to get off the track as quickly as safe to do so, just so it doesn't impede anyone else. We'll see Sasha Death now again on McClaws coming through to turn one. That Aston's got much more straight line speed than that M4 does, but the M4, I reckon, yeah, just gone a little bit deep. Death's going to take advantage of that, try and stick it on the inside, and makes it just stick. So that's really good driving there from Death, but they've actually pulled it back on the M4.
Ricciuti will be having a good sniff here. Very hungry to get an overtake in, sliding round.
Probably wise just to sit off the back of these two while they're fighting. You don't want to get involved in an incident they create themselves.
Yeah, I agree with that. You just want to bide your time, plan your move carefully, and then go for it when the opportunity arises. We see Death now. Fisher got past McClaws after that nice little battle there, and you see Shooty still just happening back. And that Merc's a little bit squirrely in the wet. Hopefully, come the dry, that thing should come alive.
And looking at the weather, we'd expect the rain has almost finished. We would expect that to clear off in the next 3 to 4 minutes, and the track will dry expectedly reasonably quickly after that.
Well, it says it's still going to be cloudy. No picture of the sun peeping out yet, so I don't know that it will dry too quickly.
Ooh,
As we see,
Ooh,
That's-
didn't pull it up.
breaking down on the wet line there. Yeah, it was good. Good thing that he managed to keep it on the track, but was unable to make the move stick. But he's looking to get it done here.
Just looking at some of the way that these guys are looking for the wet part of the track, I don't think their wet tyres are going to handle as soon as the rain stops. I think that dry line is going to cause them troubles.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Some of them are moving around more than a politician trying to avoid a tough question.
Ooh, wow. That's Malik there just trying to hold off Stephen Tyre after a little bit of a mistake there, as Potter's made a mistake and lets that Porsche Fernandez back past. Ooh, that M4 using all of the curb as well. That's really a lot of use of track. Hit the curb, lose a little bit of grip. Tyre looks to the non-existent inside line. It was there, but Malik did the right thing, closed him off early. Didn't cause that instance. Ty did the right thing. Alberto Fernandez here again, fighting with Kieran Potter in that 732 car. Looks to the inside. He's going to get it done. Switchback incoming. That's very close there. Fernandez back down a little bit just so it didn't hit Potter. A really good decision there. Great drive.
I think Fernandez is thinking, this is not over, mate. I'm here. I'm going to have a look at the next corner.
I think everyone's appreciating the sayings you're using, Mike.
Yeah, once upon a time, I used to do some autocross rally driving, and there was a commentator there, and he had some sayings that, yeah, I was busier than a one-armed bricklayer in Baghdad. So I thought I'd need,
You're just ripping off this commentator.
I need to come up with some of my own.
Yeah, here we go now. This is the car, 919 car. This is the car that you'll see me in a little bit later on. Currently battling with Lamb, as Andy Ardianza appears to have gotten past at some point. May have missed that, but that's okay. Lamb must be having a few issues, maybe on those wet tyres, because Lawrence is looking fairly pacey at the moment. I just can't quite get up to Lamb enough to put that pressure on, but it looks like it's stopped raining now, so things are going to start to get spicy.
Just having a look at the gaps as they stand at the moment. So Andy O'Hara is only 2 seconds up the road from Zach Smith, and then
Well,
they are
I'll
both.
just hold you there for 2 seconds, because that leaderboard's going to update, and that's going to be untrue.
Oh dear, what has happened? What has
I'm
happened?
not sure. Just waiting for that to update at some point. Well, we can see on the map already that 818 is ahead, so at least that's accurate. Just waiting for the leaderboard to update. We might need to get a bit of a shot there of what's happened to O'Hara. Might have been a bit of a slide there, that's all.
See in the chat, we've got the question: leader spun, maybe an Aqua Minerale. There we go. This is the replay.
Timing map shows 6-second drop.
Ooh, so there's definitely been an incident. There's Ardianza on Lamb. Ooh, bit of a tap there. And Ardianza's made that really lovely exit there to the straight. Lamb looked like it went a bit wide, touch wheel spin on the curb, but Ardianza's taking full advantage there. Really good stuff.
Yeah, so my telemetry is showing that O'Hara is now 3.5 seconds behind Zach Smith.
Yeah, that's right. So he's had a bit of a moment there. Maybe it's even touched the wall.
Oh dear. So he was 2 seconds ahead now, 3 seconds behind. So that's 5 second loss there.
Here we are. Ooh, just a big slide there from O'Hara. And looks like Smith's also done the same thing, but let's just have a look again. So what's happened? Touched the curb. Must have touched the brakes and it's just spun him around because he didn't touch the curb. So I reckon those brakes have just done him mischief there. Zach Smith gets through, admittedly off track, but
Zach's finding some trouble there.
well done. If he'd come back onto the track, that would have been a little bit dangerous. So some really good stuff there for Smith, just having that awareness.
Yeah, interesting. I was just going to say, those two look like they were running away from their mother-in-laws there, the way they were driving.
Just looking at the last few laps on the telemetry, we can see that the 789 and 315, so Eduardo and Lamb are catching the front two now. Front two are off pace due to their last couple of laps, so they're a little nervous, a little settling down.
The only other thing that I could really factor in there is tyre pressures, because drivers may put their tyre pressures up for the medium rain and then coming down to the light rain and soon into the dry, those tyres will really be starting to heat up depending on those temps. As we see a car off track there, who's that? That's Damien Lloyd.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That a lot of drivers are going to be struggling now. So, will we see them start diving into the pits to put on some dry shoes, or will they run it out?
Yeah, these will be the decisions individual drivers will now need to make, and finding that right window of opportunity, because the dry line is not still dry. It would still be quite dicey on slicks at this stage.
Yeah, well, from experience, I did a 24-hour race the other week and I drove through 40 minutes in the rain on dry. I do not recommend it for any drivers who are looking to do that here. It's very slippery, so expecting most drivers will just stick on those wets as long as they can. As we can see the weather as well, the sun's actually going to start to come out. So it's going to start drying things up even more. So it'll be interesting to see whether drivers do start driving in, because they will have probably overfueled for this first stint, depending on when it's going to dry.
I wonder if anyone has taken a gamble that the that weather might have played a factor and underfueled for that first stint to get a little bit extra time. I think it's a great move getting done there.
Yeah, Lawrence, I saw that one coming. Lamb touched the dirt and that's game over. Just touching that dirt loses you so much time, it's actually ridiculous.
The challenge will now be deciding on tyre pressures when you do change over to the slicks, because the track temperature will be quite cold still for those first probably 5 or 6 laps until the sun starts to put a bit of heat back into it. It could be a bit of a challenge for these guys.
It's a lovely view of the sun peeping through the clouds just there as they come through the Variante Alta.
Just a little note for any drivers are listening in, wink wink. If you do go on the dry tyres, from what I've experienced, you do need to actually up the pressures from the original, from these temps. So at the moment we can see it's 16 ambient, 16 track temp. You want to chuck your dry tyres on those temps. So you'd be looking, drivers should be looking to put them up probably about 2 or 3 clicks more, just because it's something to do with possibly wet compound tyres having an effect on the track and the temps that the dries do come onto. Stephen Tyler's on the outside as I'm talking about strategy, but it breaks early. That's a good decision because that M4 lost its braking marker and Ty's gotten through really good awareness there.
Yeah, lovely driving there from Stevie Ty. So Jan in chat saying too soon for the dry tyres, she reckons.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's still a wet track at the moment, so that's a very good call from Jan there. Once it looks to go damp, drivers might start to, once it's in greasy, that's when the drivers definitely probably want to be on those dries. It's just a question of how long of a gamble do they want to take.
And I think there might be some jobs going on the Ferrari pit wall if you're interested.
Yes, Vasseur would love you to be there.
Looking at track the lap times at the moment, still most of the top 20 cars are all around the 149 mark, so they're still consistently competitive in their times, so the change in weather has not yet affected their tyre life.
But they are having to drive in the wet off the dry line because of the tyre temps, which is a good little bit of strategy to see, because you don't usually get to see that all the time in races like this, because somehow we always manage to get dry weather in a lot of these special events. So it's good to see a bit of mixed weather and seeing how it brings out some of those drivers you wouldn't usually see up there in the dry that are actually coming up, and that's really good to see.
And at the moment, the in-car footage doesn't probably show the amount of work these drivers are doing to keep the cars in a straight line. It would be quite dicey out there at this stage.
Yeah, just want to point out there, quick drive through, I think, there for Dave04 causing a collision there. As we look at the sun, look at that. That's just beautiful. It's also showing that it's drying the track up as well, so that's another warning for drivers. Eric Scarney's also got a drive through for causing a collision on lap 11, so those penalties finally starting to come through a bit now as the steward, our wonderful volunteer steward team, sitting there in the background, carefully going through the replays, looking at the incidents, getting their breakdowns of them, and handing out the penalties. Really good stuff there.
And currently watching P. Viney in the number 19 BMW, running in 24th position.
Interesting that the track's still showing as wet because it's actually looking like it's drying fairly quickly. So you can see, look at the dry line there as Pete Viney makes a mistake. Maybe it is still wet if he's making mistakes like that. Just getting a little bit caught out there, so that's understandable.
Yeah, I dare say that will tick over the damp very shortly.
Yeah, wouldn't be shocked.
And then looking at the number of time penalties on the screen at the moment, it would be a good suggestion that the track is starting to dry and the guys are struggling to maintain that line around the corners.
Yeah, this is where drivers need to be a little bit more careful with those track limit warnings. Zachary Smith now still in P1 as Andrew O'Hara not too far behind, 2.2 seconds. So this is where strategy will get interesting. Does Smith want to pit early and try and get that further time on O'Hara in a potential undercut, or wait, go for an overcut and get that time? That's what we need to know as we're watching Year 13 currently 800 car from MRT.
I think in the changing conditions, being on the right tyre at the right time is the key. I don't know that there's room for an undercut or overcut here. I think it's really going to come down to what is the right tyre for this lap, what is the right tyre for the next lap.
Yes, that's right. I always felt asked what's the cut-off lap time for the switch to the dries. I don't have an exact time in my head, but I'd be thinking we're probably not far off it. Probably 147s, you're looking at 46s is when drivers might look to think about switching over to dries, even 45s. They can get down to that on the wets, they probably switch.
We did discuss earlier the amount of fuel these cars are currently carrying. If someone did short fuel, they will have to take the long fuel now when they take on dry tyres versus someone who was currently running with a full tank.
What is this going to do to their stint planning as well? Because we have 70 minutes as the maximum drive time.
Yep.
Andy O'Hara takes the fastest lap, so that's an indication that the track is drying if ever I've seen one.
Oh yeah, no, as you're saying, strategy there. Look, over the 10 hours you can knock out one stint if you push out using that 70-minute stint timer. You can definitely knock out a stint there, but that may not be the case for those drivers that have, fueled up for the whole first hour or even longer. That's going to definitely change things up for them, and they may have to add that extra pit stop back in due to weather.
We have 40 minutes now, so if we have a standard 70-minute time, we've got approximately 30 minutes left within a full window for the guys to pit, but we see they're going to have to pit for tyres within probably the next 10 minutes at least.
It's interesting, the track's actually not drying that quickly like I thought, even with the sun blaring them in the eyes. You can see there, really good graphics work. Really screwing so high up there, coming up to the chicane. There's only 1.9 off Zach Smith now. Probably see the times further to improve. I'm surprised the track's still wet, to be perfectly honest, because it's looking fairly dry in some parts, but it's okay.
Doesn't look like O'Hara's bothering too much about looking for the wet track to try and cool the tyres. Obviously he's going to prove me wrong as we go down the main straight here, but it looks like he's just more focused on you know, just chasing down Zach Smith in front rather than trying to cool the tyres.
Chasing down, Zachary Smith just goes on for the fastest lap there. Never mind, Matt Lamb's gone and just ruined what I was about to say. There's a 47.5 there. Really good stuff there. Matt Lamb's starting to reel that 919 car in now. As David Bartlett gets himself a 15 second for a clean on lap 12.
Well, the 4 of the top 5 are now all in the 147s. And Adrianza was the only one with a 148 flat.
Start some of his cars. Raj Sandhu car 2 there. Collision on lap 12, 15 seconds.
Looks like the stewards are working their way through the incidents and just clearing that backlog out.
You get a pen, and you get a pen, and you get a pen. Everyone gets a pen.
Well, I was interested to see when Tim pointed out before that there was all those penalties up and down the board. I didn't notice that before, but yeah, it must be further down the field. There's a lot of penalties from people either causing collisions or running wide, already using up all their speed tickets.
Oh, yep, there it was. Yep, and there's more coming in. Holy moly. So we're going to see, I'd say, a fair change in the order with all those penalties. See some cars come up the list a bit further down. Thurcolini, stuff like that. Fleming even.
And that
comes out.
That BMW from Lovenick is pretty banged up there.
Yeah, I think they were involved in a incident fairly early on. They got a penalty for, I think it might have been like 1. Oh, as he looks to just held it there. Look at that wheel movements there. Just trying to keep that car in check with that damage. Ooh.
He's going to have to put on more moves than a dance party at a retirement home to keep that in shape. All right, that one was bad.
Broadcaster says no. Broadcasting like that one.
But we will see the leaders come up towards lap traffic very, very shortly. So they could be making a decision that could penalise the decision.
Now, here's a question for you both. Damp track, but rain in 30. What do you do?
That is a tough call. I think this is a wait and see.
Yep.
Push through for the 10 minutes. There will be some teams that'll be deciding, you know, do they box now and put another driver in? Do they change tyres? It's going to be tough. It's going to put them right at the end of their 70-minute stint here. So it's a wait and see for me.
Yeah.
I think the advantage here is we still have some moisture on the track, so they can keep the wet tyres within their temperature range. So most will probably be considering to stay with wet tyres. I think the dry would be a true gamble now.
Judy looking around the outside of Bab here. Can't quite make it stick around the outside there. Bab getting a better exit.
It's only a light rain though and in 30 minutes. That could only last 10 minutes and it could go back to dry. So if the drivers can push it out to that wet weather coming in to 10 minutes, they can see if it's going to go dry or go wet again after that. 'Cause if it goes dry in 30, they may be better off going to dries and risking it through the rain.
But these are the things that we love about endurance racing. It is the decisions the drivers have to make on the fly and not all about the set team decisions made prior to the start of the race.
Yeah, I think this is going to be we're going to see these penguins sliding around if it's just the passing shower and the drivers decide to go dry tyres and just push through it.
They think, because if you look at it, 10 minutes dry, the track's not dry yet, it's not even greasy, so it still may not be 100% worth jumping on those dries just yet. There is that dry line which will risk to warm the tyres, but it may not be enough, so we just got to keep an eye on that weather and see what it brings to us.
Judy looking to go down the inside of here. He's not quite ahead, he's alongside Bab getting a good drive out of there, and looks like he might stay ahead. Ricciuti on the inside. He's just a whisker ahead. This is going to be tough going into the next set of corners.
Yeah, got that one done. Really well played there. Ricciuti just bided his time. I was saying in chat there, the Imola 8-hour had changed conditions. Yes, it did, and that was the last one I remember since when I last commentated over 18 months ago. Woohoo! We're back now. That's a lovely Lego livery as well. I like that. Ardianza goes fastest lap, 47.4. So they've finally jumped up in pace a little bit. They were struggling a little bit before. Not too far off O'Hara now, 1.4. O'Hara's not too far off either. So that's really good to see there. It's going to be a little bit of a P1 battle we'll be able to commentate over once O'Hara catches just a touch more.
Yeah, O'Hara just did a 147.5 as well. So it's just, you know, just a tenth slower than Ardianza there. So they'll be eking themselves closer to that battle.
But I think this is the play of lap traffic, having to give up a little bit of time here to find clear space to manoeuvre through these cars. That could have been what held Zach Smith up, because he did have a 3-second lead 2 or 3 laps ago.
That lead down to half a second now.
I think Smith might be struggling a little bit on those wets. Might be more tyre pressured for the medium rain rather than the light and then the damp track, but there's now medium rain coming in 30, so this is the question. You stay out as long as you can on wets, even maybe come back out on wets if you can risk it, and then wait for the rain to come back in as long as the track doesn't dry anymore, go to greasy, or else that's going to make things a bit more difficult for the drivers in their strategy.
Yeah, I think for me this is starting to become a bit of a clearer picture now, because that being medium rain, it means that the track, even if it's only a passing shower, the track is going to stay wet for a bit longer than if it was just a light shower. So for me, this is starting to look like staying out on the wets as long as you can, and then if you have to come back out again, come back out on wets again. As we welcome JLS in. JLS, what would you do in this situation?
Oh, g'day everybody. Look, I don't know. It's one of those. It's one of those things that has the lap time got to the crossover point. I mean, can you maintain your tyres at the pressure and temperature they need to be at without them going ballistic, or is there enough standing water? There still does seem to be enough there, but it's certainly a decision in the next few minutes, given some teams might want to be short stinting in terms of less stops. So it's a real balancing act right now.
See a bit of lap traffic here. O'Hara and Smith having to try and have a battle through it all. The blue flags will get out of the way of the leads we see. Ooh, what's going on there? A bit of a laggy murk there. Even that scared me. I can't imagine how that would have scared those two, but still going at the moment. Yep. That even scared the broadcaster, I think.
I think Matty Lamb is the loser out of our first hour so far, falling back to 5th position.
Unfortunate for those that are, excuse me, losing out those positions now. As we're coming up to 10 minutes left to the top of the hour of the race, we'll start to see maybe some people make that early pit stop, make that early call and go, hang on, it's going to rain. Let's jump on some more wet, since the track is still damp, hasn't ticked over to greasy yet. Took a while to tick over to damp, so maybe it's going to stay damp for a while and help those drivers to stay out on the wets. That's what the drivers will be hoping for.
The other thing about this is it's really going to mess around with the track temperature as well, because I think, the sun's just come up at 7 a.m. in the morning. The track's drying out. It was 14 degrees earlier, it's 16 now. How warm is it going to get while they're still out on dry wets? And then the rain's going to come and it's going to drop the temperature right down again.
Yeah, it's another strategy call that the drivers need to make. Still, weather's still sitting at medium, medium rain in 30 and dry in 10, but it'll probably look to change, I'd say, in the next 5. If that goes to light rain, the drivers might look to keep those wets on if they can.
with Ardianza here, trying to get through some traffic. Looking to catch up to O'Hara. It's not a lot of time between them. Just over a second.
They might have managed their wet tyres a little bit better than the cars in front. Still holding the fastest up with that 147.4 now, so trying to keep as consistent as possible, especially in the changing conditions and then changing once again to wet. It'll be interesting to see. There's no blue flag here, but need to get past on the straight. Some drivers will be pitting now, probably further back, and maybe take a bit of a gamble to try and make up positions, jumping on those drives as Andrew O'Hara now is on the back of Zach Smith. There we go, Ardianza is 47.2, so he's really trying to reel them in now. O'Hara's looking to the outside. He might just hold off here. Just keep putting that pressure on Smith. Let's see what he does. It's a good line from both drivers there. Aston got the exit. Maybe O'Hara's planning something bigger through the middle sector.
Okay, choice now, guys. If you were sitting around the back of the top 10, 7 to 10 seconds off the pack of these guys, what would you be doing? Would you be pitting now, or would you be pushing it as deep as you can, waiting for the weather to make its decision on what's going to come next?
I think going as deep as possible, more so that when you jump on the new set of wets that you don't really grain them too much in the dry, because you don't really want that coming into the wet. You'll slide around a fair bit, as we're seeing a couple of these cars doing on the wets they're on now. So push it out as long as you can. If you've got low fuel and need to pit, I think you still need to gamble on the wets.
Yeah, I think the gambling on the wets is almost a given here, but maybe one thing that the incoming driver can do is to drop the tyre pressure right down, because they're going to be going out onto a dry track, potentially a dry track, or at least a greasy track. And those tyres are going to heat up very, very quickly and go over pressure. So I think it might be an interesting call to go into a car, put wet shoes on, but put them as low pressure as you can.
Wow. Just going to question you on that, because what happens when the medium rain comes? Your tyres are going to be under pressured.
Well, the other question is, what advice would you be giving to the incoming driver, being they haven't yet driven in these conditions?
Good luck.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's obviously a distinct dry line there at the moment. But, you know, it's still going to be dicey. If you're coming out and you have to get out of the way because you're blue flag because you're out of the cycle, or if you're trying to overtake someone, it's still going to be fairly treacherous offline. So, yeah, basically settle in for a few laps, get your rhythm, and then I think try to look at, you know, making some advances then.
I think some drivers will be looking to push their driving out as far as possible, just so they can see what the weather is telling them is going to do in the next 10 minutes, because if they see that light rain pop up in a minute, they're going to know they're going to jump on those wets and see that the medium rain's still in 30 to get the best time out of their tyres.
Yeah, very interesting time. An interesting point here is coming out on fresh tyres. You may have hot brakes or cold tyres, or you may find that your tyres go up to temp but your brakes still aren't to temp. The first few two or three laps after this pit stop are going to be very dicey.
I think the other thing here might be too, because we've had the wet start to the race, that fuel isn't really going to be an issue, so everybody's going to be able to get really close to that 70-minute stint time. That'll give them a really close idea if that rain is coming in the next 10, so that's probably another little layer to the onion that they need to peel back as well.
Wow. Yeah. The next question is, do the drivers, when they pit, do they go a full tank again in the hope that it's going to rain for another hour and maybe go dry, or do they put a bit less fuel in because you don't use as much fuel in the rain? What do you do?
I'd probably fill full because it gives you more options. You'd hate to be caught with 10 litres left and knowing it's going to rain. It's just started raining, or it's it's about to rain. And just not get it not quite right. I mean, full fuel, you can go your 70 in most cars. I think it just gives you more options. And early on in the race, I think it's more about just knocking the laps off rather than actually trying to do a whole whole lot in terms of gaining positions.
Yeah, that's right. A lot can change in one stint, in one lap, really. So giving yourself those options early on is really what it's all about, so that later on in the race you're in the best position to be able to make the decisions or have those opportunities. Is that O'Hara's gone off at Aqua Minerale?
Yeah, a bit of a moment there. That's that Ardianza through now.
Did Lamb get through as well?
No. They're still a little bit behind there in the 919 and 315 car now. Still, the truck's still damp. Matthew Lamb still thinks it's raining. Not too sure what he's seeing, but maybe he's preparing for the upcoming rain.
Getting those wiper blades warmed up to keep the water off his windshield.
Alright guys, we're going to shoot off and grab some lunch. I'll be back here for my next session in about an hour.
Thank you, Tim. Thanks for joining us for the opening stint in the comms box.
Lamb still trying to catch up onto the back of Lawrence, and they've been following for around 10 laps or so now. Still just trying to put that pressure on. This track's still damp. Let's go to a replay now. Let's have a look at this. What we're looking at here is O'Hara. Maybe another moment through Aqua Minerale on the brakes. Ooh, yep, hit that curb, went straight off. Ardianza said, yep, I'll have that position. Thank you very much.
Yeah, unlucky. Just going a little bit wide, getting the curb and unsettling the car. But probably better just to ride it, follow the line outwards rather than trying to fight and bring it in and then having another spin.
Drivers will still have their eyes pinned on that weather. Still 10 minutes dry, but I can guarantee you that's going to have to change in a minute. If it's 30 minutes medium rain, light rain's going to have to come in there. We're on board with Alberto Fernandez now, trying to catch up with rockets above Stephen Ty. Get in the battle with him. It's just, that's a blue flag. Aston, ooh, just letting Fernandez know that he's there. It's a really good line there from Fernandez, actually.
Nice little move there to get out of the way from the MRT yellow car, my boys. Unfortunately, I can't race with them this round, but our chief steward, Alex, I'm doing a great job getting out of the way there. Well done. They've had a very checkered start to this race, I might say.
No bias here in the commentary box.
I think there's...
oh, hello.
Whoa.
That
We're
is
back,
one lucky Porsche.
We're back. Not sure what the goodness happened
think,
there. We're back.
I think Tasmania was trying to break away there for a moment.
Yep. Good, we're all back running again. Everyone needs a clean pair of pants, but that's okay.
So coming up to the hour now, I think everyone is just waiting to see what the weather system ticks over to.
As Kieran Potter goes fast as that 46.9 for car 732 BDE Motorsport there.
Very nice for them.
The wets or the dries. Be interesting to know. Diabol's just pointing out that's not the racing line. You are 100% correct. That is certainly not the racing line. Still nothing popping up in the next 10 minutes in terms of weather for rain. Shouldn't be too far away, I would suspect, and then drivers can start making their decisions. They've only got 10 minutes left on the stint timer. Well, the ones that haven't pitted, I should say. So let's see what happens.
So there are a few drivers in the pits now. I'm just trying to find out if if Kieran Potter was out on dries or was he on wets.
2 seconds, I can fact check that for you.
He is on the wets. So holding those tyres together very well.
Yeah, must have really been saving those ones. So clouding over a bit now in the next 10. The weather's just updated, so that's not any sort of help to the drivers. So maybe it is all just going to bucket down in the next 20 with that rain. The track is still damp, so wet tyres are still viable. You just got to make sure you get those pressures right. You can't under pressure them too much, if at all, because of that medium rain coming.
And the water off the dry line is really not it's not there anymore. It's just the damp track now. So no standing water around, unless there is some still down in Aqua Minerale where it tends to gather.
Lamb here still trying to keep on the back of Lawrence, and lost a little bit of time after that scare there. That's okay. Still going now. He's still got his wipers on. Oh, he's just turned them off as I say he's got his wipers on, so he must have heard me. Still see a little bit of water just coming off those tyres on the wet lines on the outside of the dry there. So still probably not going to get to greasy just yet. Drivers will just have their fingers crossed for that weather update as soon as they can get it. Okay, another car just dropped into the pits there. Going toe-to-toe at the moment. Lap time's only differed by about a 1/10.5 there between Lamb and Lawrenson. Lamb looking to maybe just stick his nose out, see where Lawrenson's at. Lawrenson's got a blue flag ahead of him, so we want to get past that, and he does so.
You're trying to cool the tyres down a little too. He's pushing hard. He's pushing
here
hard
we
to
go.
try and get past.
So here comes the weather forecast. Light rain.
Light in 10 and increasing in 30.
I think that answers the questions very much for those about to pit.
No, it doesn't, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see some more drivers jump on those wets
So
again.
a moment ago I saw that there was a handful of drivers in the pits. Would they have gone in and taken the dries and then coming out and seeing this? What would be going through their minds?
Probably not words you can say on a live broadcast.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of four-letter words that we can't say.
So I'm just ticking through some drivers now. We've got car 26, Broome. He's on dry tyres. Car number 2, Bender McNulty, on dry tyres.
Interesting strategy from there. Well, on that note, I'm going to leave you to lovely men to continue the commentary. I'll be back in about 5 hours or so for my next stint.
No worries, Opsy. We'll catch you around next time, mate. Good job to start us all off today. You and Mike and Tim did a great job to start us off. Well done.
Thank you, Opsy. Just cycling through some more drivers now. Rockford in one of the Kovacs cars, number 91 on dry tyres.
Well, I guess it is still very early, but it could be a decision that does have a lot of ramifications later down in the race. And if you end up losing a minute having to make another pit stop, it's it'll be fairly challenging to pick that up again, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's right. They might be looking to, get a few moves done and then go back in and put the wets on when they need it. However, they do lose another... How long's a pit stop here?
It's a long pit lane. Yeah, it's well over a minute total time. And I think the transit time something like 48 or 49 seconds. Then the time stopped as well. So it is a long pit stop.
McClaw's number 42 on dry tyres. King 794 on dry tyres as well. He's got a bit of traffic behind him. Lovernick just overtaking King. Lovernick is on the wet. So it's sort of telling me that the dries aren't there yet.
Yeah, it sounds like about a quarter or a third of the field that have had their pit stops have jumped to the dries. So it's a bit of a gamble, but you know, it's, I guess, part of what you have to do at this stage, and try and go with the weather that's in front of you, not second guess what could happen. I mean, in 5 minutes' time, that light might just disappear again. So we never quite know, but there's certainly something to be said for just driving to the weather that's in front of you and not trying to second guess it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been another update to the weather system there. So showers in 10, but often cloudy in 30 now.
So it might be something that you can battle through on wets. I mean, it's medium rain, but it's medium rain for what could be 5 minutes, could be a couple of laps only. So you just do the literal passing shower. So it's still very inconclusive who's made the right call here.
It's gonna be a tough one. Gamble either way.
And if you've got 3 minutes left in your stint, you're about to pit, you really, I don't know what you do. I really don't know. Race control suggesting we're expecting a shower for about 20 to 25 minutes. So that would indicate wets would be the right rain to pull, but we'll see how that pans out.
So we saw on the timing sheets before that in the wet they were doing about a 58 lap, a 1 minute 58 or something. In the dry here, with some of them on wet tyres, they're doing 1 minute 46s, as we see Andrew Lawrenson doing a 46.7 there. So 47, 48, so it's about 10 seconds faster than the wet lap. But how much time would you be losing on dry tyres in wet conditions?
It probably depends on how wet the wet is. I guess if you're losing more than 10 seconds, you should be on wets, I suppose. But look, it's just one of those things that you just have to try and play it by ear. I think you'd probably be better going out on. If you had to make a call, if I had to make a call right now, I'd probably say go out on dry. And just hope for the best. Hope the rain isn't too bad. Particularly because, I drive the Aston, which generally tends to be pretty okay in the wet anyway. So, you can get away with it more in some cars than the others as well. So, it's... I don't envy the drivers having to make that choice right now, as you see, quite a few cars roll into the pits to have to make that call.
Yeah, those stint timers are going to be up in 1 minute, so I think, there's not really time to get another lap in right now. So everyone who has hung it out for as long as they can will be in the pits now, putting their skills to the test with their decision making on what tyres they get, and giving the incoming driver a pat on the back and saying good luck, mate.
Exactly right. There seems to be a whole horde coming in now because we've got to that 69 minutes. So, we've got Zach Smith's got about just under a 4 second lead on Daffer. So really good first in from both of those. Andy obviously had a couple of moments at Aqua Minerale, which set him back a little bit, but those top five are still within 10 seconds. So, and then you got the Sonokai about 10 seconds further back from that. So it's still very tight, and this weather's certainly going to play a bit of a role in this next stint as well.
It's that camera shot there giving us a view of the sky. There's no sun peeping through anymore.
Yeah, it's getting ready to rain again. Just thinking about what Obsy asked before. If you were putting a new driver in the car for this next stint, what would you tell them? I wouldn't be surprised if a few of the drivers actually double stinted because of the conditions. Just stay out there knowing what it's like, rather than throwing a new driver into a track that's going to change conditions probably twice during their stint. So it wouldn't surprise me if you change their strategy in double stint.
Well, we can see that Zach Smith is still out there again. Adianza is out there again.
Yeah, Philippa and Andy have swapped. Dan Hunter may still be out there. So we'll find out when he rolls out of pits.
So Madison has swapped in as well.
Yep. I'd probably expect most cars would swap to the second driver, but yeah, just another little thought that might have been thrown out there regarding the strat with the alternating. Whether it's one of the fun things about these endurance races is you just have to keep thinking on your feet. Nothing's ever as simple as it seems.
Yeah, I think I got caught out by the timing board before about Zach Smith staying out, so Smith has swapped for Madison there. But it looks like Adianza is still out there.
Yeah, just waiting for the pit wall to update for me as well, so it's still got Smith in the lead as well, so we'll see how that shakes down once they've done a lap. See Luke Johnson in the Soul Nissan in the race, if I'm not mistaken.
He's still sitting in the pits. Is that is there a problem there? They had a stop go, did they?
Potentially, yeah. It looks like Ben Hignet's picked up a stop go 30 as well. I'm assuming that might be for pit lane speeding, so that I imagine will get transferred over to a 10-second penalty once the stewards notice. Big shout out to the stewards as well for the fantastic job they do, and again, totally unbiased opinion. The stewards doing a fantastic job, of course.
What I hear is putting the pressure on Hignet. Oh, and there's a bit of a slip, bit of a mistake.
Do I notice some rain starting to fall?
It looks like rain to me.
And wipers are on again, so here we go.
That is a wet windshield. JLS, I'm going to have to leave you to man the comms box by yourself for the moment.
No problems, Mike. Thanks for starting it all off, and we'll see you when you jump back in, mate.
Yeah, no worries. I'm quietly nervous about what the weather might be when I jump in the car next.
Oh, good luck with it, mate, and try and keep it off the walls.
Thank you. Take care.
Right, as we're watching Daffa heading around, seems to be just smashing out really consistent laps at the moment. Those 148 seem to have come back again. Obviously drop off a little bit now with the rain falling, but very interesting to see what the consequences of the tyre choices are right now. Our all-knowing race control is all over this. We've probably got 20 minutes of this to go, so it's certainly going to end up with a very wet track in that time. As we welcome Tim back into the broadcast. Thanks for dropping back in, Tim.
No worries, sorry, I just had to grab myself a quick bite so I can keep going. The rain's heading back in, very exciting. The guys have been through their pit stops.
They have, and I've noticed a variety of strategies. So a few have come out on dries, and I think they're suffering from a bit of instant regret now. Majority, I think, have come out on wets. So yeah, this next little 20-minute stint is going to be very interesting to see how this all shakes down in the end.
And a few of the guys have decided, or a few of the drivers have decided to double stint. I'm seeing that down the list.
Yeah, it can tend to be a strategy that some of the teams use for the first couple of stints. I mean, you might have some people overseas, you know, or in Perth or something with different time zones. It's just less convenient. So teammates double and sometimes triple stint to start races if they're in a 2-driver team. And if you're in a 2-driver team in a 10-hour race, you know, all power to you. It's tough enough doing 3 or 4 hours, let alone 5 or 6. So if you're in a 2-person team, all the best to you. Hope you manage to do a great job and, you know, have enough energy towards the end.
Well, I think the concentration levels are currently at peak at the moment with the change in contract conditions now that we're back to being full wet track again.
Down the leaderboard, and I can't see a Sonicus. They were up in about P5 or 6. So we have a missing Sonicus here. They had a got only 47 teams in, so Shady Samuel is in the car. That's why I can't see him. Got Shady was back in the team in the Sonicus diaper livery. They always manage to create something a little bit more interesting for their liveries, the boys. If it's not the Barney car, it's Celine Dion. So obviously some nappies or diapers this time, which is an interesting touch.
It does make it nice having the boys driving the same car, so we don't have to try and work out who is who when calling it out.
Indeed, it can certainly be a challenge, even if you're in the Kovacs team speak with them at times. It can be a bit of a challenge.
It looks like the drivers are settling in now to the rain, but we can see that's clearing up in the next 10 minutes or so before we go back to overcast weather. So I can see the track temperature is still 16 degrees, but the wind is starting to drop off, so it could stay damp for quite some time yet.
Indeed. Heat watch, car 732, started 32nd, up 22 positions. Outstanding effort from 732 so far.
And I think Potter is one of the ones that have double stinted. I do remember them being in the car at the start.
Yeah, I think you got that one right there, mate.
And a few of the names that we expected to see. Hignett currently running at 11th. We thought might have been a little bit more successful at the start of the race. Pinata currently running in 4th in the 919, having the latest fastest lap of the race since the pit stops. And Phil Requita now replacing O'Hara in the 89 BMW, and we'll see what pace that Philippa's got now that we're about to change track conditions again.
It's a bit of a moving feast at the moment. The track conditions are now showing medium, but medium easing off in 10, going to cloudy in 30. So it's changing every couple of minutes. So definitely worth keeping an eye on as the next few laps unfold, I think.
We're currently riding along with Tim Brook in the 05 Aston Martin, currently riding in 9th place, running behind the BMW of D. Gray.
D. Gray, not a name I'm overly familiar with in Imola. If anybody in chat's got any information about D. Gray, are they in EU or NA or rookies? Perhaps it's not a name I'm overly familiar with. Mr. Daniel Gray. He has his own initials on the livery, which is impressive, and choice car number of many. What's that say on there? It's painful watching Daniel Gray clips. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, there you go, Daniel. Hopefully we get some better clips for you today, mate.
This would be one of the highlight reels, currently running in 8th position.
Yep, sharing with Dan Hunter, who was in a podium car for Bathurst, if I'm not mistaken.
And the BMW is up there with the Aston Martin as being the car of choice for this track. We're all excited to see what comes out of the new update, version 1.9. We are talking about some BOP changes that could change the order of which car prefers which track, as we just see that Tim Brook is fighting at the moment to maintain track position.
A little bit wide there from the car behind. Managed to bring it back on well at Aqua Mineralia. This could get interesting. 3 wide's probably not a great career choice up to Alta.
Even in the last lap, that would have been a brave move.
Yes, I think the Ferrari might be a fairly popular choice in the new update, the 1.9, when it hits. I think mid-April, if I'm not mistaken, 15th or so. Yeah, I think could be in for some interesting times with, as you say, BOP changes. A few people will be hoping the Porsche gets nerfed at a few, and obviously the Porsche drivers will be wanting hands off. So it's always an interesting discussion when a new BOP drops.
Well, I'm looking for a little love towards the Lamborghini. That's my car of choice this year, and it probably wasn't a brave move. Looking for pace around some of these tracks, but it has certainly been an entertaining experience to learn how to drive the Lamborghini.
It's going to be interesting if they're going to remove the, I guess what's come to be known as the toe hacks, kind of workaround, I guess, with toe angles and cambers going to max and minimums and things like that. If they're going to try and work around that, it might force a few more creative setups to come around. I'm sure that your Coach Daves and Goes and Hymos have been given a bit of a heads up about what's going to happen, so they can start getting some new setups out around that. But yeah, it's going to be a nice little transition period for a while until all those people get onto the new setups and figure out what's actually quick at what track and what's not. There's the promise of the GT2s as well, I believe.
Yes, a whole new range of cars. And one, maybe 2 more tracks. That is the teaser, because they haven't leaded to maybe something from the USA or something from the UK.
Are we thinking potentially Sebring?
That it was on the discussion boards, but because it is all speculation, we're still just wishful thinking. But the traditional Sebring 1000 is on this weekend. So for anyone follows the IMSA range.
So I mean, what would chat want to see from an expansion to the US DLC? I guess they'd probably traditionally be looking at Road Atlanta perhaps, or Sebring. Is there anything else anybody would like to bring in, do you think? What would you like to see from the US side of things? Obviously Oval is not, as we see, in some sadness. Obviously Oval's not going to be on the agenda, but what about from the full courses or the even the Rovals? And we've got Indy. Would anybody interested in more tracks like that perhaps?
Yes, Sonoma. That's a good call.
Sonoma would certainly be interesting, that's for sure.
And Tom Riley's requested for Road America or Daytona.
Yeah, the Roval at Daytona would be certainly an interesting thing. There's obviously some very, very long races go on there, 24 hours and 12 hours. So seems to be something that Long Beach from Pat Oliver, St. Pete's maybe. Long Beach is an interesting track. Don't mind that at all. Given that a go in iRacing a few times, but yeah, that'd be an interesting one to bring in as well.
Tom's also said something from Australia, so Sandown, the Bend, the Island. The Bend is an interesting one.
Yeah, the Island would be great, and as someone who grew up literally 150 metres from Sandown, I'd love to see that. It's, the minute and 10-second laps probably aren't going to be what they would be looking for in ACC.
No, and I'm thinking they're more leaning towards an expansion for the USA pack than the wishful thinking of having something from Australia. But the Bend is the interesting one because of the combination of track layouts that would be available. There's over 7.2 kilometres of bitumen there.
The Bend would be amazing. It's just the tracks that tend to have the alternate layouts, they don't tend to give you the option on ACC unless that's a feature they're going to bring in. There's a very, very damaged looking Mercedes heading towards us. There's a bit of an active front aero going on there on the Merc, which I'm sure will help its handling in the wet. A bit more sadness from the milk cars, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think that was intentional from Brad Cook, but I would say that he's made contact with a wall somewhere to be looking at that sort of damage.
Yeah, I think it's just out of Ravazza. I think it was a bit of a 3-car palaver out of Ravazza 2 on the last lap, which I'm sure the stewards will be having a look at. I'll leave them do a wonderful job as they always do.
And currently leading Porsche on track in position 14, the number 10 from David Hughes.
Not something you'd say very often of late, as the leading Porsche being in P14. They're normally very much up the pointy end of the track. It's Imola not being one of its best tracks, one of the few that it's not a rocket ship at. But yeah, it's as you were saying before, very much an Aston BMW kind of, I won't say biased track, but they tend to be more in the advantage than some of the other cars.
Yeah, it's all about horsepower when you've got big, long straights and top speed.
As we're having a look at the nappy car from the Sonokai and Shady. Yep.
And doing quite well here, moving themselves up to 5th position now. JP, I think, was back to 8th before the pit stops.
Yeah, I think he got caught in a little bit of the bunch up at the start, and with the Aston being a little bit sluggish off the line, might have got swamped by a couple of cars behind, but yeah, very solid effort to get it back to where they are now. 3 very consistent drivers. If you just looked at their qualifying times, they were all within about 0.1 or 0.2 of each other, their best laps. So Shady, John and Page are extremely consistent, and that's one of the things you need for a race like this.
And they're not far off the lead cars. We're still 8.5 hours to go. They're certainly in the mix to be a contender for a podium position.
Oh, there's your penalty for Brad Cook. 10 seconds for causing collision on lap 42. That would have been the one out of Ravazza 2 that we saw 3 cars heading to different spots. Unfortunate for Brad there.
And we have had a few single car or double car collisions, but we haven't had a full course yellow or safety car.
Until now. Oops. Tim, I hope you haven't cursed us, mate.
The guys have been very respectful of each other. Everyone's been very conscious that this is a 10-hour race, and we still have 8.5 hours of those 10 remaining. We haven't seen too many guys do stupid things just yet.
Here's hoping to be not, as we have Kovac's red car coming up on the Tassie chicken car, as I like to call it, the R96. Is it chicken feed? Is that what it is, Mole? Yep.
It's Chicken Little screaming that the sky is falling. So, but the rain is set to ease in the next 10 minutes. We're back to overcast weather.
Well, we could be in for some Kovacs on Kovacs death here, as we have Shady trying to overtake the Kovacs red car. I'm sure they'll get that done very obligingly.
Oh, it was a lock up of the brakes there into the braking zone. It was lucky that the car managed to maintain its grip level. That could have ended up quite ugly.
Done by the 4 drivers there to negotiate that little bit of a mess, and continue some very cooperative blue flags. So well done to all those involved with those 2 faster cars coming through on that lap. That's things we love to see. With blue flag cars just getting out of the way like they did there. So well done to those couple of drivers.
We now move up onto the P1 and P2 in the race. Philippa has pulled up onto the back of Madison. And I think Philippa's going to find it difficult here. She may have the pace to get onto the back of the Aston Martin, but whether the BMW is going to have the legs to be able to find a... If the Aston Martin does not make a mistake, Philippa may have to be conscious of just sitting into this position and bide her time at this stage.
Yeah, I think just some cool heads here for a little while. As you're saying, 8.5 hours to go, trying to force something on a very wet track. You know, it's not the style of Philippa, and it's you know, not something that anybody would want to see right now anyway. So I think yeah, just keeping that line astern. You know, you've also got the complicating factor of it's far wetter offline than it is on, so you know, that late break is even less likely to be successful. So yep, certainly full pressure on and try and force a mistake, but it's going to be sensible stuff here for a little while, I think.
Certainly good viewing for the rookies out there at the moment to show us how it should be done. We would expect the rain to start easing off and finish up in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. We should start to see the lap times start to fall after that.
Which then brings us back to the discussion we were having about an hour ago. What do we do with pit stops? As Philippa has a look up the inside at Ravazza 1, Ravazza 2, and may make it stick, although the Aston is pretty good in a straight line. Be interesting heading down into turn 1 here. Nope. Again, calm heads prevail.
And sensible driving here, putting the pressure on Madison. But Miata is just comfortable being behind and trying to force the error.
A little bit of battling is bringing Ardianza back up to the field as well. So Daff is getting a good look at the battle ahead. Great seat to be in, to watch along, and maybe benefit from any chicanery that happens, perhaps.
It certainly makes it interesting for Ricardo now. She has to pay attention to her rearview mirror as well as what's going on in front. Never comfortable being in a sandwich with 3 cars. I've always preferred to be at the front or at the back, but certainly never in the middle.
Yeah, middle's very tricky. Unless you're JC, of course, and you just don't have your mirrors. So the only thing you do worry about is the car in front.
We're talking about Philippa Quetta. She is one of the best drivers in Australasia and has represented Australia and drives in multiple events around the world. So we'd expect a cool head from her at the best of times.
Yeah, I think I think we can hopefully expect, you know, certainly from Sean Philippa and Daffer, a bit of a great deal of respect for each other here, and I find it very surprising if anybody did anything, you know, untoward in this little next period. You know, when it starts to dry out and we get an offline that you can actually use, then I think, you know, potentially all bets are off. But just in this little phase now, it's pay to be a bit more circumspect and just, you know, just follow the leader for a little bit and wait for a mistake if one comes. I mean, I think I've seen Andy make 2 more mistakes than I've ever seen him make before, and he did it in one stint, so it can happen to the best. So being there and putting the pressure on and trying to force that mistake can certainly happen.
And these are probably the toughest conditions for racing at the moment, with the track going wet, dry, damp, and everything in between. As you see, the rain looks like it is almost finished now. Penalties, Pinata. Oh,
sad.
that could be a pit stop, that one.
That's yeah. Well, good luck, Steward, sorting that one out. Yeah, we'll wait and see in a few minutes what they believe the wash up of that one is. So yeah, so we were just saying, those mistakes can happen, and it's a matter of being in the right place at the right time to capitalise.
You see, Bequita and Adriana have dropped off here while they start fighting each other, allowing Madison to jump up 1.5 seconds up the track.
It's an awful lot for Sean to jump ahead in that small period of time. I'm wondering if there was just a little incident whilst we were watching that replay, perhaps. Maybe Philippa might have got a little bit loose, and Daffer might have had to back out a little bit, which might have given Sean a chance to skip away from it. I'm sure they'll catch fairly quickly, as Daffer is giving Philippa a lot of pressure here. It's great to see.
But Adriana would be having a handful in that BMW, getting up under the wing of the BMW in front. That would cause the front of that car to be quite loose and unfriendly when trying to turn in.
Absolutely, that first chicane you can be a victim of aero washed following pretty much any car, let alone the Beamer, which tends to create more of it than others. As we have another very cooperative blue flag car. Well done again. Things you love to see.
And a big gathering of cars. These cars now have to negotiate as they come through into Sector 2.
Yeah, so they're coming up on Taylor and Bub now, and Sandu in the next little stint here. So, well, Sean Bub now is recently promoted to pro in the sprint series. So he'll do the right thing and get out of the way and allow these faster cars through, as he has. So well done, Sean.
And it's a credit to Kunos for the physics of this game to enable the handling and the way these cars handle in all these conditions, the different aero and the aero wash and the damp and dry tracks. It's certainly a step above what we would have seen on potentially iRacing, which is still struggling to get wet weather.
Indeed, have to agree with you on that. It's something they do really well. And you know, if you look at things like, you know, as you mentioned, iRacing, when you have a fair bit of interference from cars around you and net coding incidents and whatever, it's got to be really, really, really super close in ACC to have any net code incidents. And I've seen, you know, some in iRacing, and I'm not throwing, you know what, on iRacing. It's a great platform, but you know, you can be, if you're within 3 feet of a car, you can have issues with that in iRacing. So, you know, there are a few Kunos features that we don't appreciate at times, but there's also some things they do exceptionally well.
And there have been some big movers for all the guys that are watching us and following the cars through there. One that I can call out is the 247 Aston Martin for Sasha Death, currently running in 13th position, almost 10, well over 10 position gains since the start, double stinting. We continue to remain with Philippa Bequita here as they try to make up the gains that they lost on Madison, currently running in first position. Now 1.2 seconds back, and this is the battle for second and third.
Okay, as the rain looks like officially stopped, so we now start to look for that that lap time where the potential changeover to dries comes in again. We've got the leaders doing mid 148s, mid to low 148s, kind of mid pack doing 50s and 51s. So if you're on dries out here, you're going slower than that at the moment. You're probably doing the 53s and 54s, but it's not far off potentially. I mean, it's a little bit of wind and the track temp's still low, so there will be a little bit of standing water for a little while, but certainly those discussions will be coming up again around stint handover time. What are we going to do?
Well, I think for the first time the weather cleared off. Oh, we just see contact there.
Unfortunate.
Nissan's not having a good run of it. From the first session when the track started to dry out, it was a good 20 minutes from when the rain stopped before they even started to make considerations about a pit stop. So they should be able to successfully get into below the 2 hour mark, and they would be back within their pit window to start making decisions.
Yeah, indeed. We are about that, those that pitted on the hour, we are about that 20 minutes away from having to make that call again. Again, a wet period, so fuel shouldn't be too much of an issue. Should all get close to the 70. That'll give a bit of clarity as to what's coming up in the next 30 minutes as well, which, looking at the rundown of things, is nothing but cloudiness. So overcast, no rain scheduled for the next 30. So get somewhere near that under the 8 hour mark, maybe get in and get some dries on potentially.
Coming around through the hairpin with car 315, the Aston Martin. We've jumped up to first position, as we can see that we're thinking that the 818 must have had a little bit of an issue because they have pulled over a second in the last lap up on Madison. So back into a 3-car train now for first place. Stephen Ty has a 15-second penalty. And Pinata is going to have to serve their 15-second penalty for a collision on previous lap when they go through for their pit stop.
Frezza doing a good job of getting out of the way. They're in the beautiful livery. I believe it's to do based on the state of Arizona's flag that Skylar and Frezza are driving. It's a fantastic livery on that car. Love it a lot.
Yes, it's a true testament to the guys who do the liveries for these cars, for these events. Absolutely outstanding, the amount of effort and time that go in to get these liveries together.
Like we're settling into a really nice battle here for P1, 2 and 3 for a little while. Pignata is about 15 seconds off, so we'll just monitor that gap. If these three stay in a battle for too long, then Piggy might be able to catch them up, as we have an interesting little goings on there. We have some sausage involved.
I think Madison may have had to grab the brake from a car in front to take a little bit more speed off, and may have been enough just to unsettle the car. Madison will clear the head. They'll be back on the back of this pack in no time. But with the 3 cars running so close at the moment, would you make the decision, if you believe that you had the pace, would you potentially try and undercut on the 2 cars in front to change your tyres and get out and make a play? Or would you potentially try and do the overcut and stay out a little bit longer, hoping that you've got pace?
Well, I think given that if they're making a change, it would be Philippa coming in, getting Philippa in some clear air, if that's possible, would be certainly advantageous if I was Sean. Actually, no, Philippa's out there. What am I talking about? Who would be coming in for Sean? Hooley or Zach Smith? I mean, similar kind of story. So, if you can get them in clear air, then yeah, I think that would certainly it would help for an undercut potentially. You also run the risk of not coming out where you need to and getting stuck behind back markers, just like you are here. So if you can kind of calculate it where you can get out in a nice gap, there are a couple of little spots looking at the track map where that could happen. Then that's probably the route I'd go. I'd get in and I would get in and unfortunate for Phillips. Get in and make that as Phillips teleports with sadness to the pits. Probably get in and make that stop.
I'm sure the teams are doing the maths right now, because we look like we've got full clear weather coming, so the next change would be to slicks. And when exactly do you make that change?
And even looking at that shot there's a very defined dry line. So, I mean, any time from now, I think if people wanted to do it, they could. There will be some little low-lying spots of water. You can just see on the outside there of Piratella, there's a little bit of water standing. So you might be able to get in and get out on that dry line.
A little bit nervous with the congestion around the track. If you didn't manage to get into that clear space, you would have had to deal with back markers, and that could force you off the line. And on slicks, that could be a little hairy at this stage.
Absolutely. So I guess it's the risk you run unless you're certain you're going to get yourself into a nice gap. Ahead of car 69, there's a nice gap. Basically, the whole of the front straight is free now. So, sadness. Ouch. You can see why the teleport there. That's some significant damage to Phillips, and I think that's the Alliance green car, perhaps.
The advantage of the Enduros is that you will have time to fix that car, get back on track, and you still can gain track positions, even though that will be a punishing repair. But it still doesn't end the race completely. You still can get across that white line at the end and gain that checkered flag, which is what this is all about.
So if we just look at the leaderboard now, we've got Philippa's out to almost a 2-second lead ahead of Sean, and Daffa's hanging in there about 0.6 of a second behind Sean, waiting for a little mistake or some intervention potentially from a blue flag, which we hope doesn't happen. Even them getting out of the way as best they can still cause a little delay, and that can be enough. But let's just watch this first three all bunch up again and see how we go.
Sean's obviously clearly made some space, because after his slight spin through turns 2 and 3, he was sitting behind Daffa, so he's managed to get past Daffa, and we've seen that he's got the pace to catch Bequita, but they are sitting over 2.5 seconds behind now.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds is difficult to pick up on Philippa at the best of times. It's, given some changing track conditions, you can still see some spray coming off the rears for some of those cars. That 2.5 seconds is probably closer to 4 or 5 given the track conditions.
And the decision now is how long you can run on wet tyres on this track before you make the advantage change over to slicks. The wind has actually dropped down to 5 conditions, so the track will slowly dry out, but we have seen the track temperature has come up 1 degree in the last 10 minutes.
Just looking at the back of the car, I can see some blue sky, I think, for the first time for the race. So things are definitely clearing up.
We're expecting in this next hour to see the lap times fall from the 148s and 147s down into the 142s and 3s.
Track is damp, so it's getting to that point where you can pretty confidently, as we have a little running wide there, you could very confidently go in on and come out on the slicks and go from there. This is really getting interesting here with Madison and Daffer.
Daffer's really starting to push Madison. Wants that Aston Martin to really burn those wet tyres off now, pushing them hard on the dry line. And we did see this earlier in the last change where we went from wet weather to dry weather. The Aston Martin tyres appeared to go off quicker than the BMWs on a dry track.
Might be a case of the chasing car can get offline a little bit and find some water. If the car ahead tries to do that, there's Ross. Sean runs wide again, leaves the door open, and Daffer says, "Thank you, I'll have that." Let's see now how this shakes down. Can tables are turned? Can Sean now get in the suck from Daffer and reapply that pressure in return?
And good afternoon, Tom.
G'day everyone, how are we all doing? It's been, seems like I've jumped in just for the crossover period, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, crossover period number 2 for the day, actually, in 2 stints, which has been a whole lot of fun, I'm sure, for the drivers to get their heads around strats. But yeah, stepping into a really nice 3-car battle at the start. That 2.5 second lead that Philippa had is now out to 3.5 with the little jostling with Daffer and Sean, but to see a beautiful looking 777 car there.
Definitely been an upgrade being able to do custom liveries for these races. It just makes the race, it gives something to talk about. There's a lot of skill in the community in terms of making these liveries, so really cool for the support for these sorts of things to be made available.
It's great to see a Lexus on track as well. I really enjoyed my season in sprints of running the Lexus. It's just a pity that's not really supported very much in the game anymore.
Yeah, BOP does BOP things as Moss there defends very heavily from Phipps and the Mercedes behind into toes up, but he's managed to pull out a bit of a gap as we go up the hill towards Piratella. That track is looking very dry now. Damp is probably overstating a little bit. Those wet tyres will start to get a little bit toasty warm. If your stint's about ready to change over, probably not a bad time to stop.
Yes, and this will be challenging for the people who have double stinted. The new car driver coming into the car will have these changing conditions to deal with on their first 3 to 5 laps. It's a bit of a challenge for them.
I think Philippa's happy that she's got some dry and clean air now to actually stretch her legs. She looked a little bit frustrated, caught behind those 2 cars before. But now she'll just really stretch her legs and show the speed that we know she has.
But interesting, Daffer is actually maintaining the lap time. She's equalled, was actually 1/100th of a second faster on that last lap than Philippa, so not much between 1 and 2. The BMW is at the moment commanding car on track.
Emma Ross and the Porsche getting up and close with McInnes, and they're going to go side by side up the hill. When there's a dry line, side by side is pretty scary, so this will be interesting to see. And McInnes runs a little bit wide, and that just lets Ross through. I was going to say, I thought Ross sort of backed out a little bit, but McInnes unfortunately just was on that little bit slightly dangerous up part of the track and has given up the position and
Ooh,
hold that
nice.
one. Nicely done.
It is the save of the day so far. Certainly wasn't have been saved by choice by them.
Well, something that's been spoken about a lot amongst the drivers is the looming likelihood of a drive-through for track limits, or multiple drive-throughs for track limits. I know we've had some rain to start, but when do we think the first DT for track limits is going to happen? What's a lap number?
Looking at the track now, even though the track is damp, I would say that track limits are fully active now, so there will be no concession at all for anyone abusing any of the curbs. Potentially, after the driver change, we may see someone in potentially 5 or 7 laps out, struggling on cold tyres and separated brakes. They may do something stupid.
So now as well is probably not a bad time because, you know, if those wet tyres start to overheat, you won't have that grip and you'll just sort of slide a little bit wide, and sometimes the game will decide that that is a track cut that you didn't necessarily want.
So it's quite easy coming through here, turn 8, Permobil. Drifting wide here is a punishing track limit.
This is an infamous one as well here in Aqua Minerale. It's very, very easy to run wide this second part of it. Everyone's behaving themselves at the moment.
See the car not wanting to be friendly with the underwash there, closing up on the back.
Again, we're seeing cars struggling in the wash of the beamers, so it's very much a theme. Very, very difficult to get too close. As again, a little bit with the Porsche. It's very difficult to get in behind that beamer too closely.
And the Porsches are...
Yeah, the Porsche struggles in a straight line, so it's really got to try and make that advantage through the corners, and that wash just isn't allowing him to do that.
Yeah, and understeering a Porsche is just something you do not want to experience. See Ben there pushing the track limits. Will be very, very close to getting a rig strife for that one.
Heads run very, very wide in Aqua Minerale too, so I reckon these tyres are screaming enough, boys. I think it's this end of the stint's going to be very, very challenging. You know, we're watching Ben go really deep into the chicane there, loses all of that momentum he had. It'll be definitely be very, very challenging to keep a clean nose and get to the end of the stint.
Track temperature now 18 degrees. Fine weather coming. But interesting looking at the telemetry board, we haven't seen too many drivers drop below a 148. There's a couple of 150s and 149s, but predominantly still a range of 148s in there.
I think they're still trying to make the wets work and dealing with the deg for that. I think maybe in the next lap or two we'll start to see a flurry of pit stops. You know, once we get under that 8 hours to go mark, I think we're going to be looking at the flurry of pit stops on the dries, and then we'll see the times drop down very quickly, I would think.
That flag somewhere. It might be at the hit. I can't really tell this track map, so packed up.
Well, Rochford's in the pits, the Kovac's red car, so let's see what he does. Probably the first one in this bunch to go in. This 47's been disqualified. Car 47 disqualified. You guys seeing that as well?
Jared Ellis's car, I think. Yeah. What
Phillips.
that's for. Maybe that was the yellow flag. Maybe he spun and drove backwards in the game. Just
Maybe.
triggered too much. We look forward to sort of seeing what caused that.
So we see plenty of cars trying to drive wide into whatever kind of moisture there's left on the track. Rochford or Murphy in the red car now has come out on dries, unsurprisingly, so that will set the tone for everybody else. I think we can see dries for a little while now.
Absolutely, it only looks like none of the curbs got any sort of standing water on them, and it is possible to avoid them on this track. So definitely some opportunity now. If you are hill, and you're stuck behind a car that's a lot slower, get out of the way and get some fresh rubber on and do what you need to do.
Yeah, see, this is a challenging track. There are opportunities to overtake, but if you've got the pace in the wrong sectors, you are pretty well stuck with playing the patience game.
Failed to serve a drive-through.
Oh,
Rookie error.
F in chat.
We did watch Hill there get past Ali Khairudin in the no idea entry, so overtaking is certainly possible, especially in the BMW, which has a pretty good straight line. So we'll definitely see those drivers are a little bit more comfortable, done a little bit more practice in these sort of slightly weird conditions come to the fore over the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, if everyone has the confidence with their brakes at this moment, can certainly take advantage of that. Some guys would be a little precious at the moment with their tyre temps and their braking zones.
Just watching Rusty there recovering from a little bit of a whoopsie-poopsie, so we might see what caused that. Mercedes, is that damage or is it a nicely done livery? It's always hard to tell sometimes. I think it's a nice livery. Haribo Mercedes. Just making himself comfortable around the track as the track dries out. He's in a little bit of traffic now just behind Farah in the 151 Aston. The other $1.50 Macca's special entry. That's a send. Is that Damiano? He's managed to pull it up, but Peter saw it coming and gave him the room to do it. So that's a really big send. I know that's blue flags, I think. Too many Astons.
There's never too many Astons, Tom.
Liam Hamilton in the 600 entries also coming to the pits, as has McLaws in the 42 BMW. As Taufik in the BMW went a bit wide there at Piratella, so pit stops are coming, and they're going to start coming thick, I think, because we're below that 8 hours that you mentioned before, Jace. Definitely time if you're double stinting or whatever to swap out the tyres, because that's a very dry line. And it'll be a green track very, very quickly.
I'm still really expecting the guys come out on slick tracks. They would be expecting good 3 laps before everything came up to full temp. Track temp is 18 degrees, only 4 kilometres the wind at the moment, so that dampness on the outside we're seeing outside the racing line will remain there for probably a good 5 or 6 laps yet.
As we see a car on the outside heading the wrong way, there we go, got to be careful doing that with potential disqualifications. Rejoin safely.
I've never actually seen a car facing the wrong way on that side of the last little bit of Imola. I think, on the outside, where if you catch some of the kitty litter, maybe. Never on the inside, so it'd be interesting to see how that happened.
It's a fairly intense battle going on here between Taufik and Fluke. Rob's certainly letting Taufik know he's there.
Yeah, and that lapped rubber duck car, the Bentley Kovacs Yellow, is hanging around in their mirrors and probably making Rob a little bit more anxious than he needs to be.
good vision there for the blue flags on the outside of the track to remain off track, allow the cars to pass through. That could have been ugly.
I was about to say, don't rejoin there, mate. There's a lot going on. You don't want to get involved in that.
Don't want to say too much too soon, but the blue flag etiquette from what we've seen today has been outstanding so far.
I think Imola's one of those nice circuits where you've got a couple of opportunities. You know, the only really tight place where it's hard to do so is between here, Piratella, and Aqua Minerale. Every other sort of corner has a bit of space to get out of the way and not lose too much time. But, you know, coming up the hill out here, you can get out of the way really easily here. You can get out of the way after the chicane really easily. There's always an opportunity to get out of the way, and it's really good to see that that's being taken advantage of by all the laps traffic.
As we're looking at Austin Carpenter coming down through Rivazi.
Good to see a couple of battles in the midfield as well. Not sure what the gap in front is anymore, but having all the fleet right on the back of our feet, they're going to be battling all the way into the pit lane, I think. Hopefully, with practice with the entry behind another car. You can sort of see if you look up that timing tree. There's a couple of different sort of battles for position, which is nice to see. It's never nice to sort of drive 10 hours with nothing much back and forward.
Robert's certainly putting the pressure on here. The Big's doing an excellent job to maintain track position here and not get distracted by having that Aston Martin in his rearview mirror.
He's got him defending though, which will compromise his line into that last little sector there. We move on to Ben Keogh, cookie car number 1, number 300. You can see up the gap top there, the gap now is about 5 seconds from Philippa to Sean. It looks like Daffa has boxed for dries, so possibly an undercut if that's the case.
As we see Milk Car 700 coming out of the pits.
Is that the worst pit exit after Paul Ricard in terms of where it spits your car out relative to everyone else?
No, Zolder's the worst. Zolder throws you out on the apex.
Yeah, Zolder.
Zolder's clearly the worst.
But there is a wall that sort of blocks your vision of where the car's coming out of the pit lane or not, and if you haven't not paying attention to the track map.
Very true.
I was never a fan of Misano, where it spits you out right before the apex of the corner.
There's a few dodgy ones. Donington's not great either, as Sprint Series will find out next week. Particularly when you're coming out to do a hot lap for qualifying and you've got someone exiting the pit lane, which is the racing line.
Yes, and it's the optimum line is to get right out in there. So, and I think we've got Ben Michael Pickford, I think, into the side of Carpenter there, down at the Tosa hairpin. Everyone carries on. It seemed like a bit of a dive to me, but we'll look forward to seeing what the stewards say. And I think we've got a Donington Enduro coming up as well.
We do.
Which will be very, very exciting. A lot of cars on a very small track. And a very difficult, if you thought Imola was hard to pass on, Donington's next level hard to pass. So that'll be a very, very interesting event to spectate and be a part of.
I think the one of the major keys to success for Donington is going to be minimising drive-throughs. That last chicane is just going to cause so many drive-throughs to so many cars. So as long as you get that part of the track right and manage not to go mowing the lawn through the first sector, you should be okay. A lot of ifs, but yeah, it can be done.
Yeah. When you get moments like this where the guys decide to go 2 or 3 wide through some of the corners on Donington, it's certainly not a place that's favoured to do that.
There's sort of especially for that chicane, there's just no real like obvious braking marker because it's in the middle of a field. You know, there's no sort of close by trees you can use or anything like that. It's purely, you know, use a bit of track elevation or something like that to identify where to stop. So, looking forward to that event. That'll be very, very exciting as Cameron Ross in that Porsche is just trying to make it a front engine car.
I would think the guys they're getting close to pushing the limits of their fuel load.
We have a winner. Car 119 wins the raffle for the
Green
first
gets
drive through for track limits.
Just got
So anybody
was it not
playing
speeding in
at
pit
home?
lane? Speeding in pit lane.
I was speeding in pit lane, it wasn't track limits, okay. So it's still live.
Again, a rookie mistake. Watch. No idea, can't make its way past this blue flagged Mercedes here. Again, a couple of really nice liveries on screen right now.
Potentially nice little battle brewing here, but Mull's right onto it with Death and Larson, only 0.2 seconds the difference between them.
That Castrol Honda is a spectacular livery. It's always a favourite car from the Gran Turismo days, the Castrol Supra. So nice to see that sort of thing is definitely still up in the air and people still love to see it. Sean Madison up the top there. He's made a second back on Philippa. And you know, we're 15 minutes past that sort of 8-hour mark as you were mentioning before, Jay. So there's some pretty empty fuel tanks running in there, I would think.
And some pretty screaming hot wet tyres, I would have thought as well.
Yes, especially on what is now a greasy track.
And there's a few more diving into the pitches in front of Ali Kairutin. I was seeing a little bit off stream there. So
Sean Madison in the pits. So I'm very interested to see where Daffer comes out relative to Philippa because he pitted very early. And it'll be, you know, if he wasn't caught in traffic and sort of really stretch himself out and get that car into a temperature space, very interesting to see where they all settle down after pit stops. And that is damage. That is not a livery, that is damage.
that damage has been floating around for a little while on the front of that car, and unless they've re-established it, they loved it so much they put it back. But it was certainly there in stint one. Maybe they didn't repair.
Or it's the old visual glitch.
Yeah, potentially.
Doesn't appear to be affecting the pace of the car at any, and they're still lapping on consistent times within their own zone. But Bequita has dropped off the pace, and we were expecting that would be due to tyre life. But now deep into the 148s.
Madison's following his way out of pits now on his drive, so it'll be interesting to see what he does on his first flying after this little warm-up lap to get up to speed and pressure.
Mario has them with a 46.7. So dry tyres really starting to come into their own now, I would say, because I think Demario is one of those guys that did pit.
Yeah, that's Daffer's car, I think. Daffer did the double stint to start, so yeah, Demario I think has probably been out there. That might be his third lap potentially. They did pit a little bit earlier.
Oh, pull that up, Daniel.
Oh, Danielson, interesting. Is that a very sick and injured 900, or is it just being very courteous?
Nah, Mike's being,
It's
he's
just
very
being
courteous self.
Very courteous. This will be interesting because Madison has caught Hasnam on his outlap, and Hasnam is going quick, so 46.7, and Madison is probably within about a second and a half of Demario right now. So, and Sean is on his outlap, so it'd be interesting to see what Sean can throw in for the first flying lap on full fuel, mind you, but still.
Full fuel just sort of, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, some cars just feel more comfortable with that little bit of extra weight in the middle. Yet Demario with another 6/10 off that fastest lap, so we're making some inroads.
I'm going to throw it out there and I'll say Madison's going to do a 45.9 first lap.
A big claim from you, sir. Everything's a bit messy there at Aqua Minerale. Lots of pink cars getting in each other's way. Mike Crick just playing Blue Flag Simulator for the past 10 minutes, it seems.
As someone who gets caught in that fairly regularly, it can be a frustrating little zone to get in where you just cannot get into a rhythm because seemingly like every 3 or 4 corners there's a car coming to overtake you.
Exactly.
And you never quite get back up to speed, which just brings them on you quicker. It's a bit of a never-ending cycle.
Absolutely, and sort of, you know, you lose a bit of tyre temperature because, you know, you're not really sort of stretching yourself and pushing the car as much as you need to keep that temperature in the tyres, and that just bleeds off a little bit more speed and sort of death spirals you a little bit. So hopefully Mike can take advantage of a little bit of free air, not too many sort of faster cars behind him now, and do what he needs to do. Dan Hunter, the number 69, does a 46.1 fastest lap. So it's taking a while to move on from Greasy, but it's definitely slick tyre time.
Well, we're about to find out how well my guess goes as Madison's coming out of Rivarza 2, heading up to the line.
While we wait for that to happen, we will bid farewell to Tim Lawson. Thank you so much for starting off the race with us, mate. It's been great having you. And yeah, sure, Madison 45.7. You're very close.
He just looked quick on that outlap, and I mean he's caught Haslam as well, and he's got Demario under a lot of pressure already. So yeah, Tim, excellent job, mate. Thank you. We'll catch you on your next stint, buddy.
And as we say farewell to Tim, we will bring in Daniel Gray for a bit of an in-race interview. So he'll come in very, very shortly and chat if you've got some questions you'd like us to ask him. He is an iRacing specialist, so questions about water on circuits are always welcome. And looks like O'Hara has jumped in the car to replace Philippa and has maintained the lead, but has maintained about 5 seconds, so that's a pretty good effort. But Madison's definitely gone right onto the back of Demario now, so it'd be interesting to sort of see if that's two drivers just sort of in their own little zone doing their own little thing, or that's just the true pace of the two cars. How is that? Pat Oliver, fastest lap, 45.6. I think we're going to be seeing this fastest lap graphic a couple of times over the next couple of laps. So O'Hara immediately takes that back off him with a 45.5. Has now with a 45.2. think we might be seeing this a little bit for the next 10 or 15 minutes, Jason.
Yeah, I think eventually we'll get to the 45 threes once it goes fast and maybe into the twos, and even ones on lower fuel and an optimum track. So little way to go in the track evolution, but the times are starting to tumble pretty quickly now.
Can't see that dry line anymore. The whole track is lacking precipitation. This will be a pretty spicy battle for the next little bit. Be interesting to sort of see if they work together to sort of close that gap up per Andrew, if they can, or if they just rumble on and do their own thing. And welcome to you, Daniel Gray. How's it going, my friend?
G'day, mate. Yeah, it's going really well. I just did my first proper ACC Enduro stint. I did run it last year, but it was a lot of fun. I loved it.
How'd you all go? Were you sort of in your own little world, or just or were you in a bit of a pack and sort of having to really think about what you did every sort of second of the way?
So when I got in the car, I'd actually done zero rain pracky on ACC ever, because Dan told me it wouldn't be raining and I wouldn't need to worry about it. So when I first got in the car, I was pretty lucky. Dan put us in a good position, and I was losing pace a little bit on the guys, but throughout the stint, I managed to get the pace back and start catching them again, which was awesome. Rain driving's awesome, by the way. It was so much fun.
How did you find the transition from wet to damp? I mean, the dry line starting to form. How did you find that for someone who hasn't had any practice in the rain before?
Honestly, I was loving it, because it was a little bit easier to come to grips with. But I think I was definitely sliding a lot on exits, but the Simicube was keeping me on the track, luckily.
Really good to see, sort of really chance for people to push for these wet tracks in iRacing. That's one of those really significant sort of things that's missing, and the great thing about racing in ACC is just that extra weather. As we watch Hunter really lose it over the top of Piratella. Were there any parts of the track that were really tricky for you in the wet?
Oh, absolutely, Aqua Mineral. Every other corner was like, take it a little bit slower, maybe feed the throttle a little bit slower. But Aqua Mineral, yeah, the amount of loose, like I was hitting that entry curb and just getting completely loose.
Yeah, it was the chicane that we just went through there as well. Was that rough? Because I know there tends to be a bit of a puddle on some curves, but they're such steep sausage curves. You really got to climb over them to get some lap time.
Yeah, I was definitely being a lot more careful over the curbs and the chicane. It was interesting. Like, I don't know if this is a lack of experience from me in ACC, but it kind of felt a little bit RNG over the curbs if I was getting a good or bad exit. So it was, I think I wasn't quite knowing where to position the car.
Well, at least you will know if it does rain again, and they can trust you to jump in the car and put some heavy laps and then know what you're doing. So hopefully it rains for you again, because you got that experience.
Yeah, honestly, it was heaps of fun. I'd love to get back in the rain, honestly. Big shout out to you guys, by the way. Oh wow, this event is awesome. I didn't expect the level of production and the intros and stuff. It was absolutely awesome event.
Definitely something that gets enabled by sponsors like Permobil and stuff, who sort of support us and make sure we can put on these sorts of events and put that effort in, which is really, really cool to see. So yeah, so where are you guys running? What's sort of the plan for you guys? Are you in a bit of a battle, or are you guys sort of in your own world, doing your own thing?
So we're currently P9, where Dan's doing a great job of catching P8. He had a slight moment where he had a slight spin at Aqua Mineral and gave up some time, but now he's catching pretty rapidly. We've been kind of running on our own after sort of the first half an hour, and it's been really good for me, at least, to not have to be in a massive pack. But look, I think for us the goal really is just like a top 7. That would be a great result for us, given my lack of experience in ACC. But Murph's done a great job of telling me all the ins and outs and getting me up to speed.
Yeah, definitely having some clear air to run in can certainly be an advantage with that. So yeah, what kind of things has Dan said to you about the differences between iRacing and ACC? What kind of heads up has he given you for this?
I think the main thing for me was the turn-in is so different. Like, the braking is obviously different, but you can get used to that pretty quick. But I think it was just about Dan trying to drill into me. When you're turning into corners, you have to turn in so much faster than in iRacing. And it's, yeah, kind of breaking my brain when it comes into, turning into corners super quickly. And the other thing I was struggling with a lot initially was throttle application as well. Just having, in ACC, you can definitely slam on the throttle a lot harder and kind of lean into that TC a little bit. And just kind of try to break my brain and make it understand to like do that after like enforcing habits over, like 5 years is really tough. But I got there eventually.
Oh, as we just see some sadness from the chicken car, unironically, the Alta Chicken. So the stewards will have their hands full again. But yeah, sorry, Daniel, go on, mate.
But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, yeah, it's been honestly a really fun transition though. Yeah, like I got the real head movement mod, and that made the game like so much better for me at least. And yeah, since then, yeah, it's been really fun. I'm loving it. I'll definitely try and do some more OR enduros.
It'd be great to have you, mate. So, do you drive the GT3s in iRacing? What's your favourite car in there? Because there's obviously a little bit more variety in that part of the world than we have here in ACC.
One of my favourite cars in iRacing is probably the Lambo GT3, actually, which I like a lot. But in iRacing, I kind of drive a bit of everything. I don't really tie myself down. I like the GT4s a lot as well, which obviously you guys have in ACC as well.
We do, but sadly the devs don't really put too much effort into them, so there's a bit of a balance problem with those, which is sad, because we definitely try and put some GT4 events on, but they just end up being single make series, which just don't really have the same attraction as these multi-make series.
So you jumping in next? Obviously you're jumping in next, but is Dan going to double stint, or are you just going to jump in half hour or so?
That's a great question. I believe I'm jumping in next, according to the spreadsheet, so we'll see how it goes. If I'm being honest with you, I don't know a whole lot about strategy in this game, so if Dan wants to stay in, we'll let him do it. He's basically the chief strategist today, so we'll see what happens, but I believe the plan is for me to get back in. I'm really excited to get some dry running in, to be honest, and see how I stack up against the field.
Yeah, the dry running obviously is significantly different to the wet, and you will notice the difference. But you can have a lot of fun on the dry. If you really want to slide the car around a bit, you can. The Lambo in particular, I've never driven it competitively, but by all accounts, you do need to slide it to keep it doing what it needs to be doing. But yeah, there's lots of fun can be had. When you start to bring curbs into play here, when they're not wet, and you can just eat them up in some of these cars.
Yeah, that's one thing I really, really enjoyed about learning ACC is just like the fact that the curbs work in the way that they do in this game. It does allow you to have a lot of fun, and I think the track limit system is really awesome as well. It allows you to properly explore them, I guess.
There's no hidden hand grenades in the road surface either.
There's that, and you can't drive on the grass to cool your tyres down either. Too soon?
Yeah,
That's Andy Harrick with 42.9, and he starts to really turn the wick up here.
Yeah, that's a little bit too soon there, mate. A little bit too soon.
But is it cheating if everybody's doing it? Anyway. Yes, it is. Malik says, of course it is.
But I mean, I saw the Twitter video about ACC the other day. I don't know. You guys seem to maybe have a couple of problems in the cheating department. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, we do. Unfortunately,
it appears so. Yeah. It's something that's been rumoured for a while. It's something that's exceptionally difficult to prove. I mean, I know what we do all that we can here. Drivers are. If you get a podium, you submit your Motec, and there's random drivers in each race just throughout the normal sprint series that need to do the same. So we do the best we can here to try and stop it.
You guys are honestly doing.
It's just too hard to know if anybody's doing it.
Oh, of course. But you guys honestly, like, this is such a fantastically run event. Like, the setup sync tool is awesome. The fact that I can see everyone's setups and the way that all works. Yeah, honestly, it's being ran really well. And yeah, I'll definitely try my best to do Donington. I absolutely love Donington.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to having you there. And again, another track that you've got in iRacing, so you can at least know where you're going.
Yeah, exactly. Next year we've got to persuade Mullick to put the Bathurst 12-hour on a different weekend to the iRacing one, so I can do it. I'd be so pumped to do that one.
There you go.
Miles agreeing. There you go.
And those lap times are tumbling down now. The track's fast, and we saw your mate Dan Hunter had a fastest lap at one point. We're down to the 42s now, so the track's starting to settle. You'll start to see some really quick pace. And also Sean Madison getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision. I don't know if we saw that one or if that was the best of the chicane. But leaders starting to get a couple little penalties as well, but we're still waiting for that elusive track limits drive-through. Actually, good question. Did you get any track cut penalties? Did you get any track cut warnings on your stint there, mate?
No, all of mine were no time gains. So I got a lot of no time gains, especially in Aqua Mineral, sliding off on the curb, but no actual warnings.
Just doing a little bit of research to find out where this 818 penalty occurred. Give me a second.
And if there was one thing that you could bring over from iRacing into ACC, what would it be?
Just hands down the online ecosystem. Like, I know you guys have LFM, but having it in ACC, I mean, like, that's the reason I don't really play ACC very often, right? I can't just hop online and get a great race, like competitive online race, straight away. So yeah, that to me would just totally make ACC like a really great option. Have stewards like iRacing and that online ecosystem.
Yeah, and they're in a bit of a pickle now. They've already said that, like, you know, if they put the effort in, they're kind of turfing all the effort that LFM and those kind of guys have done. As we watch Carl Johnson, the Kovacs Blue entry, getting real wide on the exit of the Villeneuve chicane, and the Kovacs Purple entry 191 gets 10 seconds for causing a collision a couple of laps ago. So
Sean's incident was a penalty was for a collision with car 789, which is Hasnam, at turn 7 on lap 79, according to the stewards. So it was for a collision incident.
Might be getting a replay of it right now. Might get your opinion on this one, Daniel.
Yep. Looks pretty clear cut
slam
to me.
dunk.
I don't think there can be too much argument about that one.
Sorry to give my opinion. The YouTube stream on my end froze as soon as it happened.
That's rough. Unlucky. Yeah, definitely. That looked like one of those sort of one car was on slightly cooler tyres and there was a bit of traffic around and everyone just didn't really know what they were doing. So it's a bit of a pill to swallow, but with 7.5 hours to go, you can make up 15 seconds.
Nice close racing up ahead here. It's Pat and Carlos still going at it.
One of the conversations going before, Dan, was just that sort of the net code seems a little bit more consistent in ACC than iRacing. You know, Jason made a comment that sometimes you can be 2 feet away from a car and it'll just rotate in front of you because the game thinks you've made contact. Would you sort of agree with that statement, or do you reckon it's a bit more nuanced than that? As Aston turns down on the BMW without realising there was a car there, so unfortunate there for Pat. That's going to have to make him gain some time back.
Honestly, like in terms of netcode, I think there's definitely pros and cons. I think at ACC, you know, in a server like this, when 90% of the drivers are Australian, I mean it's amazing, right? Like you can properly rub against cars. All the cars are rendering really well. It looks great. In terms of iRacing, you know, if you have international people, it renders really nicely, but because it renders so smoothly, you know, you do often get those sort of ghost contacts. So there's definitely pros and cons. I don't think one game... Like, there's obviously two systems of doing it, right? You can render a car how the internet renders it, or you can try and smooth it out in between ticks of the server. And iRacing does one and ACC does the other. And they both have pros and cons. But I think certainly in a server like this, where everyone's from Australia, it's really nice to sort of have it how it is here.
Absolutely, mate. And I guess also worth shouting out that we are looking to start up an iRacing series just with a couple of free cars and free tracks so that it's as accessible as possible for everyone. So if you're keen, jump on the iRacing roll. We might put some instructions up in the chat for you to help do that. But yeah, that's definitely something we'll be looking at setting up soon if you're keen to give a different sim a go. And definitely we'll have a couple of people that can show everyone the way.
Looks like Murph here is going to make an overtake for P8 in a moment, which is going to be awesome.
There's not a lot of free space on that track map. It's one of the great things about having 50 cars is that, you know, there's always something to do.
Murph's right up there with the fastest times of the day as well. I mean, it's like 0.3 or 0.4 behind, 0.1 behind O'Hara. Yeah, so Hobbsley I think might have the fastest at the moment, 42.3 if I'm not mistaken.
Matt Lamb does down at P11.
Okay, my pit wall is not cooperating with me. It's saying 43.1 for Matt Lamb, but I will certainly take your word for it, Tom.
He's got a pink number next to his name on the stream, so I reckon that's about as dead a giveaway as you can get.
Yeah, that will do it. Well, Johnson, 12 feet, just off hammer and tongs at each other still. But, Matty Lamb and Dan Hunter going for it.
So we're going to expect to see you in some sprint series racing with us here as well, Dan, at ACC, or are you going to stick to just doing enduros for the time being?
I mean, I would really like to, but it's just about, I guess, how much time I have. But yeah, I'd really like to, you know. For me, it's tough because there's a lot of tracks at ACC that, you know, aren't in iRacing. So I, have to take the time to learn them.
Just learn on the day. It works the best that way, if you learn on the day. It doesn't go badly at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually what I do at iRacing, so...
So you got experience doing that, so you may as well jump in. Obviously, we've got a final series coming up, which is very, very exciting, but we'll be starting a new season sooner rather than later. So, as I said, you know, if we don't have that time issue, which is a perennial issue that everyone has, then it'd be great to have you there.
Yes, we have a question from Malik. What's your favourite track, Daniel?
Without a doubt, Mount Panorama. I live in Bathurst. I walked around it yesterday. It's the greatest track in the world, right? No, nothing better.
There are many here that would find it extremely hard to disagree with you, and there are quite a few that have just switched the stream off as well.
Exactly.
It's very polarising track. But,
no one half cares about Bathurst. It's either you love it or you absolutely despise it. You never want to see it again.
That's fairly true of most tracks, I think, on ACC. It tends to be a thing with Paul Ricard as well, where you either love it or you hate it.
I do, in fact, hate Paul Ricard. You're not wrong.
Is that from a hot lapping perspective or a racing perspective? Because I find it's a terrible track to hot lap, and a lot of people agree with this, that it is horrible to just hot lap by yourself. But you put a bunch of cars on it, because it's so wide, because there's heaps of different lines, you can actually race and have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely better to race. I think it's kind of like Monza, right? Like, I think Monza, when it comes to racing, is actually quite good because you get a lot of draft and a lot of action. But hot lapping Monza is obviously not very fun with the straights. And I do see Paul Ricard is a little bit the same, yeah.
We talk about Monza, but we exclude turn 1 lap 1 because that's just not fun.
Riding on board with Kenneth Portis, one of our fantastic OOR admins in North America. Does a lot of work for us out there. He's working hard to chase down, I think that's Pinata ahead of him, if I'm not wrong.
It's a lap car then, maybe. No, Prianata, not Pinata, Prianata.
Yeah. Very, very, very small on my screen, and my old eyes making it hard to see. I thought it was Prianta, but it's Prianata. Okay, I stand corrected. Apologies.
OOR needs to go back to Monza for an endurance event. It's been too long. I would agree with that, actually. I think Monza for an endurance race, just sort of, you take away that hot lapping aspect and you put 60, 50 cars on, and there's always something to do, which I think that's the biggest problem with sort of Monza and Paul Ricard, is that there's just, you can be in a place where you do nothing except drive down straights, as you mentioned, Daniel. So
I'm not sure if you're aware, Daniel, but a couple of Enduros ago, we did a 9-hour at Paul Ricard, and it rained for the entire time. So if you love PR, you'd love it. If you hate PR, it was a bit of a nightmare. And there was a lake that formed before the second last corner, which caught a lot of drivers out. There's a real low spot in the track there, which was certainly fun to do 9 hours of completely wet track running.
Honestly, it sounds really, really... It either sounds like it was the most fun race ever or the worst race ever, depending on who you are, to be honest.
Oh, Matt Lamb and is that Ben Kitt? No, Vintner getting together at the Variante Alta chicane. I think it's going to get a bit messy coming down towards the second to last corner as well. No, they've managed to split themselves up a little bit, but had to replay that because Matt Lamb is a little bit out of position down there in P10. He is one of the fastest guys in Asia Pacific. Just checking to make sure that car's still steering and doing everything it does. It looks like it is, but starting to make his way back to the field and probably getting a bit of mess on the way through. Should replay of it here.
Oh, that's
Nothing you can do.
unfortunate.
Oh. That's the car park simulator, that chicane at the moment.
Yep. Very unfortunate there for a couple of cars of just unavoidable contact. But again, as always, we'll let the stewards have a look at it. It's Mullock's showing us the rear damage on the Aston here.
But yeah, as you said, Daniel, that chicane is a little bit RNG, especially if you just don't have the experience of how your car specifically deals with it at any one time. You know, high curbs and low slung race cars tend to not mix well at the best of times.
Yeah, and I mean, that was something else about ACC that was really jarring for me. Like, in iRacing, and this probably isn't a good thing about iRacing, but in iRacing, like, you need to be so ridiculously smooth to get lap time. Like, you gotta really wind on the steering smooth. Like, everything you gotta do is smooth. Whereas in ACC, you can go a lot faster, I found, at least, by really attacking the track. Like, attacking the sausage curbs, attacking the throttle, attacking the steering. So that was something else. Like, I would go through the chicane and think I've had the best run of my life. And I'd be like 4 temps down on the delta. And I'd go through the chicane and be like, oh, that was so unstable. It'd be up, but it was really hard to figure out.
Corey Sweet asking what happened to Lamb's team. They've had a couple of little moments, nothing major. Just got caught in the backwash of a couple of things. They're not doing too badly in P6. But, yeah, they have a little bit of work to do. They're doing okay.
All right, lads. I've got to get back to my teammate now and catch up on strategy, but I really do appreciate the time in the booth and letting me have a chat.
No worries, mate. It was great to have you and get a bit of insight, and you'd be more than welcome to jump in for a commentary stint in the future as well if that was something you'd be keen to do.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thanks again for running the event. Like, this is really an absolutely awesome event.
Thanks, Daniel. Good luck, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Track's now optimum. It is sunny. It is a lovely day in Italy. And I think everything's starting to settle down a little bit. You know, every car's sort of got a bit of a gap in front, behind, I say that, and Penal was right in the back of Carson here. 717 versus 777. No, it's just lap traffic. So I think it's a bit of a consolidation phase at the moment. If I didn't know any better, Jason, I think it's just a set your stint up and make sure you're not coming to pits with 10 seconds damage to repair.
Yeah, I think you're right, Tom. It's this part of the race now where we've got the rain's gone. It's going to be sunny for a little while. It's just a matter of just ticking those laps down with as little drama as possible. I mean, most drivers are going to be around 20 to 30 minutes left in their stints. So, yeah, it's just a matter of really consolidating, getting into a rhythm and just getting the car around the track as many times as they can, I think. Malik saying in chat that that Lamb's team went dries when everybody else went to wet, so that was the start of their issues.
That is a cardinal sin, unfortunately, when the track has some water on it. That is Mike Crick being pushed around by an angry orange BMW, sorry. It's not for position. I wonder if that is lap traffic or the other way around, because if it was, we know Mike's pretty kind, so I'm not quite sure who that is behind him.
Just scrolling through to have a look, and it is... That is Paul Huddy behind him. That is not for position. Huddy is actually blue flag to Mike, so he's going to try and send it and lap himself here, and Mike lets him go.
Definitely an endurance skill is sometimes, you know, you might be a lap ahead of a driver, but they can be miles faster for whatever reason, and it can just be better for the both of you just to let them go and do their own thing, and they can maybe even pull you through some other bits and pieces as well.
Yeah, I mean, if the driver is half a second a lap quicker than you, you can just hopefully hop on their coattails for a little bit and let them drag you along for a while.
We still haven't seen that elusive track limits drive through. If there's anyone there that's on 3 warnings, please let us know, because we'd like to start a bit of a betting ring.
Yeah, the topic was initially brought up at lap 63, and we're now at 92, and we're none the wiser. So there's got to be a few getting close. I would have guessed before 100 laps that we would have had at least the first one, but we'll see how we go.
Right, it's too much curb in the Porsche, Nick. Can't do that. Manages to save it though and keep it moving. I think he's given up that position to Ben Higbert, so he drops down a little bit. He's got a pretty decent gap back to Carson and the Lexus behind, so not too much damage gained. Chris Taylor saying car 16 has possibly had a drive through. cars starting to make a bit of a recovery now. The Kovacs yellow entry 991, they were a long way down a little bit, but just slowly picking their way through the back up to P30 there now, and a couple of penalties up ahead as well. So definitely proof of that opportunity being available in these endurance races. We welcome to the commentary box David McNulty.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing?
Very well, Bender. How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks.
So coming in for a bit of a driver interview. So walk us through sort of how your stints have gone and anything exciting happening for you guys in the past sort of hour or two.
I've only had the one stint so far, which was the pray it dries out very quickly stint in between the two patches of rain. We came in and took a gamble on the slicks. Didn't quite work, but no, it's going all right now. We're P36, so cruising along.
Looks like you're in a bit of your own little area at the moment there. Not a bit of distance the car ahead, but a distance the car behind. Is Peter happy and healthy in the car there?
Yeah, Peter's enjoying it. He's got some good air, so we've got about 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes before I get in the car. So hopefully we can make up a bit of time on those ahead. I think we're about 7 or 8 seconds behind P35, but they've got all the traffic that we just let through, so maybe we can catch up a bit.
As we welcome Stefan to the commentary, I'll take my leave. Thanks, Tom. Good luck, Dave and Stefan, and we'll catch you later on in the day. Have a great one, guys.
Thanks, Chase. Well done for the first batch of the race, mate. It's been a pleasure having you for the first time in a little while.
No worries, Tom. Catch you, boys.
Hello, everybody. How's it going?
Good, mate. How are you? Have you been racing today?
No, much more sweaty stuff. I was just coming from the stewarding box, and yeah, there was quite a few things to look at. So yeah, that kept me busy. But no, not racing today. I'm usually in the Porsche, and Imola is just not as fun in the Porsche. So yeah.
Yeah. So I think we've seen a couple of little penalties starting to come through. It's just everyone got a little bit more antsy given it's dry, do you reckon, or just sort of mid-stint things?
Well, the thing is that I mean, usually when we have wet races, then everybody tends to be a bit more cautious, and people are actually busy with keeping their car going forward on the track, and that usually means less penalties. But then there's also the other kind of situation where it's just complete carnage and a lot of small errors that pile up and then lead to other errors, and in the end somebody gets collected. And I think this is what we have seen today, like a lot of small little mistakes that then cascade into bigger things.
Yeah, seen a bit of that at the chicane. And yeah, Dave, question for you: what's your favourite flavour Haribo?
My favourite flavour Haribo. That's a tough one. It's got to be strawberry, I reckon. I mean, I do like them all, but yeah, probably strawberry.
Wait, when we speak about Haribos, do we mean gold bears?
Yes, the gold gummy bears.
Do
Gold
they actually
bears,
have
gummy bears.
different? Do they actually have different flavors, or is that just your brain tricking you into thinking they have because it's a different color?
No, I'm sure there's different chemicals in them at some point.
No, I mean, can you tell them apart if it's a blind test? I'm not so
I want
sure.
to say yes. I'd like to think you could. I could, but I've never done that before, so I can't give you a definitive answer.
And hint for everyone: don't do it with the sugar-free runs. That's
Oh no, that's a crime.
You don't do that. That is bad. But I think
Alright, but I think that if you're talking about Haribos, I mean, has the race not been interesting enough, or where does this come from?
Well, I just jumped in for a quick driver interview, even though Pete's in the car at the moment.
yeah, and the Haribo-themed Mercedes that Pete's driving at the moment. Is that the first time you've been running the Mercedes in an enduro, Dave?
So we've alternated between a few cars. I think last event we used the Mercedes at Bathurst, but before then, second half of last year, we were using the Beamer. And before that, we used the Aston. We might have used the Merc before that, but yeah, we pretty much alternate between three cars, Beamer, Aston, and the Merc, because they're the ones we only really know how to drive.
Front engine only, hey, as we watch
Yeah,
Dan Hunter do the dummy on McInnes there and takes P7, so Daniel Gray, his predictions of P7 are starting to come a bit true. That was very nicely done. So you didn't enjoy the wet. Usually a bit of a rain fanatic there, David. It was.
Oh no, I loved it. I just wasn't driving when it was raining, which was the problem. I'm going to be getting back in when it's dry again, so it needs to rain. Although perhaps take that as an omen for anyone out there. It should start raining in about an hour and a half, because that's when I'll be getting out the car. So,
Of course it would. Why not? Unless you want to double stint. You could double stint if you really wanted to.
Yeah, well, push it back an hour then. Rain in 2.5 hours.
I mean, it's actually quite amazing, because that means that you have full control over the weather, just not in the way that you want it to.
Oh, well, Mullock doesn't know that yet. We don't say that too loudly.
I think there was an F1 race at Abu Dhabi in the F1 series that OR runs that was wet, and it was the one race that you couldn't attend or something like that.
Yeah, there was one last season. Oh, what was it? It was somewhere. I can't remember where it was.
Abu Dhabi, and it was just like it has never rained there in history, and because it decided that Ben is on here, so it must rain.
Yeah, classic.
This is getting spicy on screen though. Hignet versus Darth. I mean, they have been quite close to each other for a bit now. And I do think that Hignet might be slightly faster. Let's see how long he can hold his patience before he actually tries to make a move on this one.
Yellow flag as they come back on Raleigh Falls. I think they might hold station for a little bit. That is a sad car on the outside there. See how they go through the RNG chicane. Both handle it pretty well. Two very opposing liveries as well. Bright pink versus bright green.
I mean, there must be some color science behind it, right? I mean, these are like the colors that make each other pop, because they're on the opposite side of the spectrum. Oh, there we go for the move. And it looks like he gets it done.
Yep. Put a car under pressure and they will let you drive past, and that Mercedes in a straight line is pretty hard to beat. So Darth is going to have to look at a pink Mercedes for the next little bit.
But I mean, speaking of the penalties, now we do have a few penalties actually at the top of the field, which is quite interesting. There has been a few contacts up there, so it's going to be interesting to see how this order will be changed after the next pit stop, when the people have served their 5s and 15s and 10s up there.
Seeing a pit stop as well for the 732 car. So are you guys on is your strategy sort of as you wanted it, Bender, or did that rain sort of really sort of make your life pretty challenging, or watch a replay of very sad Mercedes coming out of Aquamarali just boops the wall? That is sad.
Yeah, that is sadness right there. Yeah, the rain has kind of just thrown a spanner in the works. We were planning different stints. I think I'm due in about 5 minutes, so I'll head off in a moment. But yeah, it's been dictated by when it stopped raining and when it dried up at this stage.
Yeah, well, if you need to go prepare, mate, thank you so much for joining us. It's always good to have your insight in the commentary box, and you're more than welcome to jump in a bit later once you're out of the car and it starts raining again for some a bit more action.
No worries, thanks everyone. Catch you later.
See you, Dave.
See ya.
So I missed the start of the race, Stefan. So, and you know, I came in. There weren't too many penalties going on. I think for the most part, people like Imola, and they respect the fact that it's quite narrow, it's quite hard to pass. So they sort of give each other room. We're seeing a couple of penalties at the top here now. Do you think that's just a sort of cars just recalibrating? As we started this discussion before, do you think they're just recalibrating, or just maybe getting a bit tired midway through a stint when rain's always harder to drive in?
No, I mean, honestly, because I do remember all these incidents and how they came about, and I think there's one commonality with them. It's especially in the tricky conditions when it was drying out, people were very close to each other and got a bit too eager on moves, like not expecting the car in front to be a bit slower through that corner than on a fully dry track, or trying to change a line. And expecting the car in front to behave differently. I think that's a bit of the issue. I mean, now I think there will probably be less penalties in the top because now it's fully dry for the moment at least, and I guess it becomes a bit more predictable. So I do think it was I mean, for the penalties that we are seeing on the board now, it was mostly probably a bit of being too eager to get that move done, because you see the car in front and it's filling all of your windshield basically, and you feel like, hey, that move needs to happen now, even though it is tricky conditions.
And it's been really good to see as well. You know, I don't know if you've had any complaints about blue flags, but from what I've seen on the cameras, that everyone's been really, really respectful and sort of gotten out of the way as soon as they can. Don't know if you've had any sort of driving complaints in that regard reported through to you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is also something that usually comes in more towards the second half of the race. I mean, now we have done a few hours, but I think it's really something where people are getting a bit more tired and so on. And I think the blue flag related incidents that we had so far were mostly that the faster drivers were trying to force the issue and not leaving enough room for slower drivers, especially in wet conditions or when they were still on wet tires and it's drying out and so on. So it was rather the opposite than what we see usually, that blue flag drivers are not aware that the car is behind them and not letting them pass quickly enough.
Is that a car stranded across the road at Quinarali there? But we'll just make note that we've passed 100 laps in this race just after the 3-hour mark. Andrew O'Hara has 10 seconds ahead of Sean Madison. Kamaria Hasnan is unknown seconds behind that P3, so 17 seconds. So the top three, they were very, very close in the wet. I think the dryers sort of let those BMWs stretch their legs a little bit and do what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, it was rather unfortunate for Hasnam. I mean, I'm not sure if you caught that on stream, but he was involved in an incident earlier where he was punted, and then secondly he was like the kind of bystander of an incident of two cars in front of him in the chicane, where one car got taken out and spun, and it just forced Hasnam straight into the wall. There was nowhere that he could possibly go, and I think that would probably cost him a fair bit of damage and lost some time there. So unfortunate, but yeah, that's racing. There's a lot of cars on track, and sometimes you can part the waters and sometimes you can't.
And I guess for the benefit of those who aren't necessarily familiar with OOR, I'd love to sort of hear, you know, when you get a report, what's the steward process in an endurance event? Sort of what is it? Just one steward making a decision on an incident, or is it a group decision? What goes on for you guys when you get a report?
Well, I mean, there's different procedures for sprints and for enduro, but I mean, because we are in the endurance, I'm going to explain that one. So basically, what happens is that your teammate is usually making a report via a bot on Discord. So you type in the cars involved, you type in the lap number and the turn where it happened, so that we can actually hopefully find it quickly. The funny thing is that most drivers tend to mix up lap numbers and so on, so we spend a lot of time looking for incidents because it somehow doesn't seem to be very straightforward. I mean, oftentimes people see on their screen like lap 43, but then in the replay this is actually lap 42. So once we found it, there's usually a few people looking at it. I mean, now in the box I think we've been 4, and if it's a straightforward incident, then it's probably just 2 people who have a quick look at it and a penalty is handed out. If it's more unsure or more uncertain who is supposed to have a penalty, or if it's like a tricky one, then probably all of us are going to look at it and actually spend quite a bit of time, because for enduro there is no system of protests, so we actually take our time and look at it in depth from a lot of different angles and then come to a decision. So it means it's never just on the whim of one person that you actually get a penalty. It's always several persons who look at it and quite in depth from different angles. And particularly for enduros, that can involve a lot of discussions. I mean, we had a few spicy incidents where we actually did have different viewpoints in the steward's booth, where one would say, well, looking from this angle, I'd say that this is what happened, and if you take another perspective, you can't come to a different conclusion. And I think that's a long process of discussing and weighting pros and cons and so on. So it's it's not a straightforward of saying, this car is at fault, here's a drive-through. Not at all. It's it involves a lot of discussion and assessment.
Thanks for that, Stefan. That's really, really insightful there. And obviously, we're very proud of the fact here at OOR that we do have live stewarding. You know, they're all volunteers. We've got a race director who's sort of transmitting information about the race to all the drivers. I think it's really important to know that, you know, if you do get a penalty, it's not like in a lot of sports where it's just one umpire that's sort of looking at it from a certain angle, and they're quite likely to sort of get it wrong based on that. But everything's really considered. There's a lot of experience in that steward's box as well. I mean, you've been stewarding for such a long time, Stefan. I think I don't know how long it is, but it's longer than I've been with OOR. So there's a lot of experience that goes into adjudicating these decisions, and it's really, really cool to sort of see that in a free event, essentially, well, $10 entry, but a very cheap event to participate in.
Yeah, I think the difficult part is mostly to be consistent, to basically give the same kind of penalty to the same kind of incident. And I mean, as you can imagine, no incident is exactly the same as the other one, so it's
exactly.
It's kind of difficult to get that right. But I mean, we do have a team of stewards who's as you said, is having a lot of experience, has done dozens and dozens of races in endurance, and spent hundreds of hours watching your incidents. So yeah, believe us, we do know a lot about how cars behave when they are hit from all different angles, and we make our decisions accordingly.
Yeah, so, and shout out to Matt Powell, who is today's race director. And so if there is a legitimate 50-50 in the steward's box as to what an incident does the race director sort of make a decision on that? Or is it just, if there's no decision, then you guys sort of have to go, well, we can't do anything here, we move on?
I mean, the thing is, in the end, the last decision in the process is made by the race director. But Matt isn't that kind of dictatorial race director who just says, this is my opinion, this is what everybody follows. So, I mean, he usually builds a consensus first. And I mean, in the end, it doesn't mean that every individual steward agrees with 100%, but we always come to a conclusion where you can see, well, I can see this perspective, I think that's legit.
Yeah. So we're watching Bender, who is just in the commentary box, has taken over that Mercedes and is hunting down. It is that's not Dale, that's some lap traffic in between them. So keep an eye. As rain in half an hour, you love to see it. As the Bender curse continues.
Is that within his stint though? He will be still in the car, right?
Yeah, but I think that's only really, really light rain, so it might not be wet by the time he sort of gets towards the end of his stint. And of course, that's always a prediction anyway. That's some excitement there between two Aston Martins. Bender sort of give each other room, guys. Come on.
Must always leave the room. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. Yeah, again. But yeah, every time I want to see they manage to pull it up and they're still facing forwards, they came together again. So. But now it seems like there was a bit of rubbing his racing. All of them. I mean, of course, he wouldn't just give up position there for nothing. But yeah, they're still looking. Both cars are pointing forward, so that's good. I do have to say I love the livery on that Porsche though. The team by Nick Miller. That looks beautiful.
Odyssey Racing. Yeah, no, it's always worth shouting out delivery creators here at OOR. There's a couple that do an absolutely spectacular job, and that Mercedes also has a nice livery, but it's been ruined by the drivers driving it.
I do have to say the scratches actually make it look more cool though. I mean, just from an aesthetic point of view. I mean, I know it's not good for your driving, but the scratches kind of add into the livery. I think that's nice. I mean, the bonnet maybe should be fixed with some duct tape in the next pit stop, but otherwise, yeah.
Just throw a new bonnet on there, I reckon. Let's just write that one off. But yeah, no, it's really worth shouting out the livery makers here.
Do we see a drive-through for P2?
We do see a drive-through for P2. Is that for track limits?
That
Sean
is
Madison,
a very good question there.
You naughty, naughty boy.
Hmm.
Yep, track limits. So I'd be curious to know where the final infringement was, whether it was at the chicane or if it was somewhere a bit more innocuous. But it's a bit of pain, but I think you'll be pretty comfortable knowing that everyone else is going to get a penalty for that. So it's just a case of when you get it more than anything.
Yeah, still, it's something that everybody would like to avoid, but then we also know that the track limits can be a bit wonky at some point, especially through the chicane. So if you are on that limit for 10 hours, then obviously there's going to be a few times where you're slightly over the limit, and that's where you get warning after warning. And yeah, it just adds up, right? So it's interesting that it was one of the lead cars early on, but I'm sure we will see plenty of the others also getting their chance to enjoy the beautiful pit lane at slow cruising speed of 50 kilometers per hour.
Yep, and I think, you know, these guys in the front, they are running at incredible pace. Like, you know, O'Hara is international level pace, so it's not like they're taking it easy and sort of accidentally going over the tracks. They're pushing every single lap, so it's kind of surprising it has taken 3 hours and 10 minutes for that sort of first drive through to appear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by international level of pace, but within the top 10, I mean, none of them is slow, obviously. So
he competes internationally and competes internationally well. That's probably where I was going with that.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's like basically if you look at the pace, it is officially an enduro, but still they're treating it like a sprint after sprint after sprint after sprint. So it is, yeah, obvious that at some point drive-throughs will come up. Let's see whether he decide to dive into the pit lane right now, or is it trying to postpone it a little bit. Doesn't make a difference in the end, though, does it?
Well, it means, you know, if you can sort of, if that gap to the car behind you, it's currently 19 seconds. If you can just stretch that gap out to sort of not get stuck behind them, that can always be the benefit of stretching out that drive-through. But sometimes it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the tricky bit about drive-throughs for track limit or for collision, for that matter, is that the game gives you 3 laps to actually serve that, and the lap that you're on is one of those 3. So oftentimes drivers get caught out and think, oh, I still have 1 lap, but actually they don't. So it's more like 2 laps to serve it, and there he dives into the pit lane. So yeah, actually yeah, that's a double whammy. But yeah, we have seen drivers getting disqualified by the game just because they didn't serve the drive-through within that time limit. So it's a bit of a tricky one. But once you have been disqualified by the game, then you will never forget that, and you will always rather quickly dive into the pits.
Never do it again.
Exactly.
I think also with that half an hour towards the rain, that'll I don't think that'll line up very well with a lot. That's a car off the circuit at turn 1 there. I don't think that'll line up well with a lot of stints. Rejoins.
Mm-hmm. There's no asphalt there.
Yeah, I don't think it'll line up very well with a lot of driver stints. So it's going to throw out, you know, that you can't sort of just make it to the end of the stint on drives. So, you know, you're going to have to sort of stop and make a decision about what you do sort of for the rest of the race.
Yeah, so that's the interesting bit. I mean, if you have like something, let's say a few minutes before it actually comes in with the rain, do you go in for a splash and dash, or do you put on the wets and hope that you don't absolutely destroy them on a dry track? It's a difficult call.
It's very challenging. And we see car, as we said, you know, car 989, you know, looking at that rain now, it's going to get a lot heavier than we thought it was. 989's coming to the pits for a stop, and they have to serve a 5-second penalty as well. So yeah, so they're going to have to run sort of a pretty short suboptimal stint, just to, you know, I'm not sure what the tyre wear here in Imola's like, but I don't think you can do an hour and a half on a set of tyres. Here we go.
There we see a replay. And both of them go off. Ouch. Yeah, it's a very difficult braking zone, especially when you're like kind of side by side. It's very easy to misjudge a little bit there, because it's a very hard braking zone after a long straight. So we have seen quite a few cars coming together there throughout this few hours that have passed already. We even have seen 2 cars coming together at the infamous 12-meter mark. I mean, I don't know how long you have been in the OOR, but
I
our
remember
12
the
meters.
12-meter incident.
You do remember the 12 meters, okay. I mean, I think that Moloch at some point wanted to produce T-shirts that were 12 fucking meters, if I remember correctly. I've never seen those T-shirts, though. I would love to have one.
I think all the stewards should have one, just because they're dealing with that problem. But yeah, I think, we go back to that turn 1 braking zone as sort of, you don't really sort of approach it on a straight line along the sort of the track reference. You sort of brake in a straight line, but it sort of merges across the track a little bit.
Exactly.
And, it's, if you're not paying attention, or if you sort of have a little bit of a lapse of concentration, you lose the fact that there's another car there, and you just inadvertently squeeze them out, as we saw there with that incident.
Yeah, and I think it's also one of these situations where you do realize that most people here are racing on a pancake, as in a flat screen. So it's actually kind of difficult to perfectly gauge your position with regards to the track and to the other car. I mean, it's not that you have the kind of 3D gauging of distances and space that you would have in a real car, or well, to some extent in VR. Although, I mean, personally, I'm racing in VR, and it still happens to me, so it is a tricky one.
No one is ever innocent. We watch Pat Oliver in the Aston Martin duck out into the pit lane at the very last possible moment from behind Carson in the Lexus, probably hoping to do a little bit of an undercut to get past before that rain comes in.
Exactly. So that's going to be interesting to see how people are then managing the timing to come in to actually change for the wet. I mean, because most cars now will be on a rather old dry tire.
Yep, 1 hour old this one.
Exactly. So they would, I mean, when they go for a splash and dash, they can't change the tire, right? Because otherwise it makes it a 30-second stop when you just need a few seconds worth of fuel. So that means you're still going out on that very 1 hour old tire, and then you're getting into the tricky conditions where the track gets wet and damp, and I think there's potential for a lot of small tiny mistakes being made there.
Yeah, a couple of speeding and pit lane penalties coming up as well. I think people try to minimise those. I think one of the big challenges here is that you only ever get sort of a 30-minute warning on weather in ACC. Like obviously in real life, you've got a meteorology bureau that's going to predict the weather for the whole day with varying degrees of success. So if you had that hour or two, you can probably run a slightly slower engine map just to stretch out that fuel a little bit longer to make it to that rain crossover point.
Exactly, yeah, but I mean, for this you almost need a race engineer who is actually crunching the numbers in the background for you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not something which is easy to do if you're like a two-person team who is kind of changing stint after stint after stint for 10 hours. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you get it right, then there's a lot of time to be found just with the strategy. And I think this is what overall makes endurance racing so interesting. It's all about how the tire evolves, how the car evolves, what kind of damage you have, when you pit, how you read the weather forecast, and how you make use of those small little indicators that ACC gives you, saying, well, there's maybe heavy rain in 30, but then it suddenly disappears again, and then it comes back again. So it's kind of an art in itself to read that and be aware of what kind of weather is actually coming up in the next half hour or over the next stint.
Exactly. So it'll be very, very exciting to see what, especially those top drivers. I think they're all on they're on pretty different sort of stints and that sort of thing. So someone's going to get it more right than others, not necessarily through skill alone.
Yeah, or just through brilliant strategy. We'll see.
Pace alone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and so who are the top four, both with 15-second penalties? Hobbs there in P3, sitting net P2 with those penalties, and Hunter comes into the pits. So we'll see Dan Graham jump into that car for the next 3/4 of an hour until that rain comes.
Actually, how far off are for example, is P4 from the cars behind? I think because with that 15-second penalty, they might even be coming into a zone where the cars further behind, like 5, 6, 7, might suddenly be able to put them under pressure.
Yeah.
Or oh wait, that's Sonicus, who is 24 seconds behind Hobbs. But what is the gap to Kurnia one? That would be
We'll
interesting.
wait for ACC to get its crap together and tell us what that is. Never understood why it thinks that a blank spot there is in any way, shape, or form useful.
It's for the suspense.
38 seconds, so they're fine. But Kurnia one's got less than a second to Keo in P5 and 6, so that's probably a battle worth paying attention to.
I do think that Kurnia one has probably gone in for the splash and dash already, though. I don't think they have been that far behind Sonicus before, so once Sonicus goes in, then I think that gap will not be as big anymore.
Absolutely, we're definitely starting to see a couple more cars duck in as we follow O'Hara around just with some blue flag traffic, working his way through Tamburello chicane, which is actually, I reckon, one of the better chicanes in World Motorsport. I reckon it's pretty fun. You know, if you get it right, it definitely feels like you got it right.
Well, I think it also depends a lot on the car, because some cars just can ignore those bumps, others can't. And it's kind of interesting, because some cars really do have to be a bit more careful around there, and others just absolutely, well, don't even care that there is a slight rumble under the front tires.
Exactly, and it's fast enough you can keep some downforce as well. So, you know, if your car does need to sit flat, not touch the curves, you can still take it pretty quickly.
Exactly. I was actually quite surprised, because the Porsche is actually not very good through over these bumps in the first chicane, Tamburello. But on the other hand, the Porsche Cup just absolutely ignores them. You drive over them like they're not even there, which is kind of interesting, because you would think they're rather similar cars, but no, absolutely not when it comes to the curbs.
I think the Cup car is a bit less downforce. I haven't driven it, so I wouldn't know. But if it's got a bit less downforce, it probably rides that little bit higher and softer. So just that tiny little change.
I mean, it's not necessarily softer, because currently under 1.8 the setups for the cars for the GT3s are super soft anyway. But I think it's that lack of downforce that just makes you glide over it and not being pressed onto each bump. So you might be right about that. Is this a Pampers car? Did I see that correctly?
It is. It's a consistent theme of Kovac's purple, using a really weird sponsor every race. That liveries the work of Mike Crick. So,
okay. I mean, I do think that Peach, at least, because has a small child, so Pampers are probably a part of his life right now, I would imagine.
And Shady Samuel as well has also welcomed a child into the world a couple of months ago. That's why he missed the Bathurst 12-hour. So all three of the drivers, their fathers, and probably well acquainted with the Pampers product. So we see a lot of it.
He missed Bathurst 12 hours because he got a kid. Okay, do we think that's a legit excuse, or how do we feel about that?
I think it's a legitimate excuse. If you just had your first child, I reckon that's definitely. Second child, maybe. You know, you're just someone who's never had a child. I think you can get away with just being there for the birth and railing home, right? Wait for chat to tell me otherwise.
I think you're probably going to be crucified for that one, but yeah.
Luckily, my girlfriend is not watching, so nothing to worry about. Madison has pitted from P2. That has released Hobbs to be 30 seconds behind O'Hara in P1. And John Sonicus is working his way through this absolute gaggle of traffic, which is not what you want at the end of a stint.
Yeah, exactly. So that 15 seconds is still there. So they haven't gone in for a splash and dash. And that's 1 hour and 7 minutes driven. So what is the stint timer? Is it 70 minutes, right?
I think it's 70 minutes, so he'll be. And I don't think the Aston can go that far on a tank of fuel anyway. So I think he'll be boxing this lap without any indicators otherwise.
And yes, the weather seems like now still it indicates medium rain in 30 minutes, so that's pretty consistent. There's gonna be a lot of wetness coming down, so that's not just a small little shower that you can drive through on the wet.
I think we wait for the clouds to really start hitting before we start predicting when that rain's coming. I think it's been 30 minutes now for about 10, so we'll wait for the circuit to get a little bit darker and that track temperature to drop before we start really worrying about who can stop. I think those guys that everyone sort of got the way with the strategy a little bit here.
There you go. It is a very tricky pit entry, by the way. Even though you wouldn't think it, but there is a little bump, and that pit wall on the left can actually collect you quite badly if you hit that bump the wrong way. And I think it was in one of the endurance races, was it last year, where we had one of the lead cars who actually got spooked by a car in front who braked a bit too earlier than you usually would, and it absolutely deleted one of the lead cars who went into the wall. So it is a spicy one.
Endurance RNG. It's always, every track's got its own little bit of discomfort for everyone, I reckon. That's and I think that pit lane line it's a little bit earlier than, like, you know, if you had no idea where it was than you might expect. So I think we do see every now and then sort of a rear ending as well, unfortunately, just like the virtue of people not really understanding where you need to brake.
Yeah, and I mean, there's obviously there's a range of different skills on the track, right? So I mean, not all drivers are in perfect control of their car to brake at the very last second for a pit entry. So especially if you're one of the slower drivers, then with less experience, you probably would take it safe, and that is legit as well. So it can add a lot of spice. Am I reading that correctly, that Daniel Hunter's team name is iRacing is Better?
You are reading that correctly.
Can we delete that from stream or something?
I'll leave that to our illustrious TV director to make a change there as the car comes out of the pits. That's the Sonicus car, I think it would be. Yeah, so we had Dan Graham in the commentary box before, who's also a member of this team, giving us sort of his experience, the difference between the two sims, and obviously the most glaring one is that iRacing does not have wet weather, which the Kovacs yellow car drove past that Mercedes in the exit of the Villeneuve chicane.
Yeah, so I guess to be fair to Dan Hunter, I mean, if you don't like the rain, then yes, iRacing definitely is better.
So rain in 10 minutes is the prediction now. It's only light rain, so the drivers will be fine for a little bit. But if you're watching, get ready, because things are about to get a little bit wet and wild.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting bit. I mean, I guess every driver has different levels of being comfortable with the rain, but when you are on those old dry tires and you see that your delta is dropping and it starts sliding everywhere and they get
starts
blue,
graining up
deep,
and things
they get
just aren't
deep
happy.
blue. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who can actually manage that pain for the right amount of time and then dive into the pits and get a set of wets. Because if you go in too early, you will still not have enough water on the track to actually operate the wet tires in the right window. And I think it's quite a common mistake that people go see rain and they dive into the pit lane very, very quickly. But you do need a bit of water on the track to form to actually make the wet tire work. And if you don't wait for that, then there's a chance that you already destroy your wet tire early on, and then you suffer from that for the rest of the whole stint in the wet.
Exactly. You know, if you're not aware, it's the tread on the tyre is sort of it's there for wet, and if you drive it too hard on the dry track, you end up turning it into wearing those blocks off, and they just can't cut through the water film to get onto the bike down onto the asphalt. So definitely, as we watch CC Cam here on board with Chad Petherbridge, yeah, definitely. You know, you want to be on the wet tyre, sort of have the water there to take the temperature out of it, because Nissan goes very wide as you can there. You want some water on the track to take the temperature out of the tyre so it can stay sharp and do what it needs to do.
I mean, I think this is one of the moments where I always think Kunas really deserves a shout out for simulating all these things. That you do have wet weather coming in, then it takes a while for the track to evolve. You do have different parts of the track that have puddles and not, so you can use those to cool down overheating wet tires. You can pick up the marbles on your dry tires when it starts raining, so that you have actually a bit more profile, and you can push out a little bit of water, which actually gives you a bit more grip. So it's yeah, especially the one with that you can actually collect up marbles from the side of the road that they'll then stick into the hot tire is quite mind-blowing to me.
Yeah, the old karting line trick is Wong there does the fastest lap. It's certainly a time to do it as the weather comes in, and that is going to be a very, very wet circuit the next 10 minutes. I think that is heavy rain coming, so if you haven't done wet practice, you're going to be found out here, and if your car is rock solid, you're going to be found out here, because this track is going to be wet and it's going to be uncomfortable.
Well, as we see a stop-go 30 for car 247, was that probably speeding in pit lane, or is that for a collision?
I think I saw they were in the pits before, so I think it might be a speeding in pit lane. We're just waiting for the stewards to convert that to a 10-second. Yep, there we go.
It's happening right now.
If only you could change track limits right through to 10 seconds.
Why? I mean, they're there for a reason. I mean, otherwise I would just cut any chicane, right?
Yeah, but so are speeding and pit lane penalties.
True. I think the main reason why they are actually corrected is because in real life motorsport, obviously speeding in a pit is a big no-no, because you're actually putting people's lives at risk very directly, and for no reason at all. In sim racing, you don't have that, and stop-go 30 is a massive penalty, even for a long race. So that's why in OOR we actually changed those to a 10 seconds.
Yes.
Because you shouldn't do it, but you're not killing somebody in real life while doing it. So that's why.
I see a 5-second penalty for car 19 for causing a collision a couple of laps ago. I think there's some drivers now very, very frantically trying to work out their wet pressures again. And it's getting dark because those headlights on the circuit, they're starting to reflect and starting to get very, very visible. So it says we're following hops here. Was that with some blue flags, or was that legitimate for position?
I'm not sure. I was still thinking about the time of the day and whether it's just getting dark from the clouds. So I mean, it's 9 a.m. in the morning, so it shouldn't be getting dark from anything else, right?
Absolutely. It's a strange place, though. So, but we'll wait to see when the windscreen wipers turn on. That's usually an indicator. I feel bad for that car coming out of the pits now. That is not a well-timed pit stop, unfortunately, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering, have you been struggling with the name of car 8 in P18?
In P18, I can't see it at the moment, so I'll wait for it to come back.
Okay.
Size 1, Saifi.
Yeah.
Just say what's on the screen.
No, the thing is, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a Shazwan Shafiq. So
Okay,
I think he's a Malaysian driver, if I remember correctly, and I've seen similar names written in that way. So I think it's much easier than you would think when reading that as a typical English pronunciation.
Yeah, it's always every language, like their English sort of bastardizations, for lack of a better word, of the way sort of they write their words is every language just has that weird thing that never quite looks like, but then they say it and you go, actually, yeah, that makes sense. Like you can sort of see SY as a sort of SH as you just mentioned. So
Yeah, and then there's names like mine that just nobody can pronounce, not even in my own language. So, yeah, I don't know. Some families just decide to choose pain once they settle for their name.
I think though, at least if you know that your name's hard to pronounce, it's less jarring when people don't pronounce it right. It's more you wait for it's really funny mispronunciation. Whereas some
Yeah,
things are
exactly.
simple, like it's a bit more like seriously you can't pronounce that right, sort of thing. So that Steve Lewis there on the apex of the second to last corner. I think trying to let a car through there. There's a lot of cars in very close proximity here, so if the rain does come, which it will be very, very soon, we'll hope that they all know what they're doing.
It seems like there's a lot of cars that are in close proximity to each other right now. I wonder if that is because of the incoming pit stops or the splashes and dashes, but there seems to be quite a few packs and gaggles of cars that are driving close to each other. Well, the rain comes down, so the first wiper
There
has
it
gone
is.
on. Now we can
So-
basically count down until the time where the track drops to greasy, and there it goes too fast already. That means it's coming down harder than I would have expected from just light rain. But yeah, there's going to be probably 2 or 3 laps that people will still have to do on the dries, and then they dive into the pit lane. But maybe it's even faster than that, because
We're already
after
green
that,
now,
it's
so
medium rain.
greasy. So yep, there'll be pit stops very, very soon, because I think greasy is that changeover when wets start to become definitely an option. And
Yeah, I
falling
think
down
the-
that quickly.
Yeah, I think that the moment where it gets damp, the wet tire is actually faster. But it's the question of where you hit that transition, whether you're right at the end of a lap and you can dive into the pits, or whether it's in the middle of your lap and you still have to drive the other half.
These guys definitely did not stop. They're in the middle of a pretty wild battle though, so we'll follow this down the pit straight. See if they can pull it up for turn 1. No, we won't. We'll follow Andrew O'Hara, who also didn't stop. But P4, Ryan Houlihan has stopped. A couple of cars are coming in, so it's definitely not an absurd proposition for the guys. This is going to be exciting for the next 10 or 15 minutes, I reckon.
I mean, this is also a bit too down to the level of the driver, right? Where some drivers say, "I'm comfortable of taking an extra lap, even if it's a bit slower and slippier on the dries." Some people say, "No, let's take it safe and let's get that wet tire on as quickly as possible," as quite a few people are doing now. So Kugel is going on, Scarni as well, but otherwise there is a big mess of cars in the pits.
Absolutely. Oh. As JP Sonicus in the Kovacs Purple gets right up on the back of Brad Robertson, who's blue flagged. That'll cost that car a lot of time. Brad probably... He's blue flagged, so he probably should have been aware that car was coming.
Yeah, now all the question about how you adapt your braking points, given that the track is getting slippier and slippier by the minute.
O'Hara comes into the pits, so behind a lot of other cars as well. So it's at this point now, the challenge is finding your pit box in the pit lane with all those cars in there.
Exactly. I mean, how many pit boxes does Imola have though? Are some people double parking their cars on top of each other here, or is it
not
enough?
for how long that pit lane is.
Oh, is it
maybe.
48 though? I'm not sure if that is 48 spots.
No, it doesn't look like it. So there will be a couple of double parks, and thankfully for a lot of this, for the pit lane in ACC, the collisions are off, so you can just roll in a straight line right instead of having to parallel park in. We'll follow a couple of cars now that probably have pits. I believe around 32 to 40 pit bays. Thank you, Malik.
I mean, actually, I think it's. I mean, I understand why they ghost the cars in the pit lane, but I would find it amazing if they didn't, because I mean, in real life motorsport, it is something that suddenly you have a jam in the pit lane, and you can get caught up in that. It just adds a bit more to the strangeness that is motorsport.
I think as well they've got a lot of spotters and other bits and pieces they can rely on to sort of help you get through it. Whereas these races it can be a solo thing, and you're relying on a radar to sort of get yourself out. So I think it's probably the best way around what can be quite a clunky part of racing.
True. I mean, we've seen Aaron Lee going full JDM here a few times now. Okay, now he's taking a bit slower, but he has had quite a few drifts over that last lap.
And that is a Nissan thing, though.
I mean, he has the car for it, but yeah.
Track is now damp, so it's going to get a lot wetter in the next 10 minutes based on that prediction. So anyone that hasn't already pitted for wets is going to be highly recommended to do so. And that'll be why Aaron was doing some skids, because he was on slick tyres on a wet circuit.
Well, kudos to him for keeping it pointing the right way, though. I mean, we all know that GT3 cars can do a lot of things, but they're not very good at drifting, especially if you try to catch them in an elegant way.
Absolutely not. So we'll wait to sort of see who the big winner out of the timing of this rain is. Obviously, strategists need to sort of settle down and do what they need to do.
Wait, what happened to Bender?
He got out of the car because it started raining. That's how it works.
But he was parked, I think, at the very bottom of the timing screen. Did I see that correctly?
I'll wait to sort of have confirmation of that, but it would be a shame if that was the case. Hopefully not some hardware issues or something sort of third party that's caused them to have to park the car, because that's never a nice way to finish up.
Yeah, we see a Cornea one coming in now, and Paddy Oliver being in the pits. So I think most of the teams have done their pit stops by now. Probably would have changed, and the track has gone to full wet. So yeah, hopefully everybody has changed to their wet tires, but the rain is actually easing off in 30 minutes again. It's down to light rain, so that's going to be another interesting phase in this race.
Absolutely, but there is no wind, and the track is quite cool, so I would think that it'll be just like sort of the last race where the crossover period was quite long. So we'll yes, as you said, it is lightening off in 30 minutes, so this is, if you're a spectator, this is what you want.
And if you're Bender in the car, that's what you want?
Yes, exactly. As we watch the BMW behind Velasquez, behind Valero, is absolutely pushing that Honda along, then goes wide at Aqua Minerale to give him a bit of a break for a little bit.
I think that's the tricky thing. I mean, even on a dry track, it's difficult to follow a car within a tenth or two, but then on a wet track it becomes even trickier, because some people do take different approaches to corners now. Suddenly some brake a bit earlier but less, and others push the braking point a bit further, so it is very, very tricky.
I mean, to sort of see, because Kearney one's back up to P2 now, so I think if there's a winner from that sort of timing of the downpour, I'm just waiting to sort of see if this timing board updates a little bit, but I think they might have done pretty well out of it. overall.
I think they waited really long and came in only on the last lap, so that seems to have been the winning strategy for this one. But then other cars around them also had to serve penalties during the pits, or I think during the splashes and dashes. So that would have kind of condensed the field in this part of the grid a bit more. But looks like they actually took full advantage of that now.
Following Pete Viney there, who got in the grass a little bit on the straight while trying to get past Mr. Miller there, and that's Brad Robertson and Lexus facing the wrong way. We welcome into the pit box Demario Hasnam. Welcome to you, my friend. Sorry, Mike Reel, welcome.
Yeah, how are you?
Very good, mate. How are you?
I'm a little bit sweaty. Just came off like an extended stint there, so we did the full 70-minute stint in the dry, and we saw that wet weather coming back in. So we thought we'll just do a splash and dash, keep the old tyres, and run the clock down a little bit till we get to the wet weather.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, but did we just see a Lexus go fully airborne? That was like all 4 tires in the air.
I think so.
Okay, just double checking whether that was just me. But yeah, so how did you decide at which point to actually come in for the pit, Mike?
So the idea was just until it started raining. That was the magic moment. Because once the water hits the windshield, you go into the pits. You've got 30 seconds sitting in the pits while the rest of the track is getting a bit of a soaking.
True. So you didn't bother to do one extra lap on the old dries. You just said, well, we're standing there for 30 seconds. That's enough for us to get enough water on the track for the wets to actually work.
Yeah, exactly. Like the risk of staying out on old dry tyres while the track's getting a bit wetter is just too much. Because the track goes to greasy pretty quickly once it starts raining. We see a replay coming down into the Rivatsa one, and a boop, and round he goes.
Whoa.
Oh, and
People joining the party. I feel like that Lexus might be on dries or something. We've seen it go off a couple of times.
Oh, well, he did have some help.
Yes. Is that a rejoin on the cookie car, or what's your view on that, Steph?
Honestly, it's difficult to tell from that angle,
Yeah.
because you would have to look at the replay a few times to see whether he's actually, what his inputs were, whether he is fully off the track or whether he's still technically on the track, and so on and so on. So I wouldn't want to say anything on that one, just from what I've seen. But yeah, actually, I think the time for my stint is over anyway, so I'm probably going to head back to the steward box and look
Get
at this
back in
one
the box and
properly.
help out and probably review that one for real.
Yeah,
Thanks.
exactly. I mean, I will be back in about an hour though, if I remember the timing sheet correctly. So yeah, we'll speak more later.
Thank you, Steph and Matt. Enjoy the steward's box. We'll catch you later.
Well, bye.
Catch another replay here of Lexus getting some sweet air. That's usually a Ferrari trick. So, yep, that is 4 wheels off the ground. Well done.
a little bump from the first one, and then the suspension compressors, and a bit of a helper from the second one.
Definitely, mate. So, walk us through your stint, Mike. How'd you go? Were you in sort of free air? Were you in traffic? What did you make any progress, or did you lose time? What happened for you?
It was fairly varied. You know, there was a bit of traffic. I had to yield some time to the faster cars coming from behind. I came out thinking that I was going to have a great battle with Michael Babb for a bit, but yeah, just another car came out of the pits between us and had to lose a bit of time there. But yeah, then made some spaces, made up some places, and then got a bit of free air running for a little while, and then yeah, it was pretty interesting towards the end there when the rain was coming in.
Was the car feeling okay in the wet, or were you you running like a full-on dry setup and just sort of surviving for the sort of wet stints?
I'm actually the lucky one. The other guys have been the ones dealing with the wet weather, and all I had to do was deal with the dry. And once the wipers came on, I went. I'm like sugar. I'm going to dissolve out there.
You'll have to see it. We're following here Ali Kyrudin and Kieran Potter having a real nice battle.
This is glorious.
Piratella and Aquaman Riley swapping positions backwards and forwards, absolutely making no forward progress. And
oh dear,
Kieran has spun it.
He's just
completely blocked the circuit.
Yeah, that curb, once it gets a bit of water on it, you dip a tyre onto it and you lose the traction there. And unfortunately, as he's found out, around you go.
It's just because another corner comes up so quickly that you need to be braking for that. That loss of traction really gets punished. They can continue on, which is kind of cool.
And the car is really leaning on those left-hand tyres around that, or dropping into Aqua Minerale there.
Looks like this rain is stopping in half an hour, so again, just another shower to completely throw any strategy completely out the window, which as a driver is probably the worst thing in the world, and as a spectator, the best thing in the world. Kieran goes as close to the back of Ali Kyrudin as he possibly can through Tamburello. This is fantastic to watch.
Yeah, this is great. I think these two are going to be... Oh, he's going to be eager to get past, but, at what point do you say, no, this is too risky, I'm just gonna stay on it? He's slipping around a little bit there. So they come into the tight corner here. They're very, very close, aren't they? This is confident driving here.
Yeah, a lot of faith from both cars to do something reliable and predictable. Well, obviously, BMW versus Aston as well. That Aston tends to be, don't go down the inside of Aquaman rally. Yeah, good decision, Kieran. The Aston tends to be quite a sort of flat, stable, easy car to drive in the wet, whereas the BMW tends to be a little bit more taily. We're going to drive through for Adrian Ferguson for the unsafe rejoin. So it was viewed as an unsafe rejoin, unfortunately. Drive-through is a pretty significant penalty, and
oh no, Kieran has just spooked around the Aston, and he's slowed up. But look, unfortunately, in those sort of cases, once you make that boo-boo, you're pretty much going to cop the penalty.
Absolutely, and it's one of those ones where you just don't have time to get on the brakes because that'll cause you to spin. We'll watch Kieran lose the car on the eggs of Aqua Minerale 1 and just go completely horizontal to the circuit, and Ali has nowhere to go except stop and hope for the best.
He's done well to pull that up and avoid making contact there.
Absolutely, and the Kovacs yellow car with Bab, and Bub now says, thank you very much, I will get past you guys.
So I wasn't around for the Bathurst race. Was there any inclement weather in that race that threw strategies out the window or anything?
Not at all. It was as droughty as country Australia can be, unfortunately.
That's a PG way of putting it.
It was bone dry, which is always nice in terms of just there was so much pace on offer at the Bathurst race. It was so cool to see that go so many laps done so quickly. From a spectator perspective, it probably wasn't ideal.
I can imagine there are a few teams that probably wouldn't have had the best day if there was any water on the top of the mountain.
Plenty of people didn't have the best day with the dry top of the mountain. It is a harsh mistress. Just following Andrew Lawrenson around, who has got Kernia-1 very, very close behind. I think Andrew might have gotten past Kernia-1 just before. I missed that on the stream. So we'll see if that's just a pace thing, or if Kernia-1 maybe made a mistake and that let him through, and he'll be looking to sort of get back onto Andrew sooner rather than later.
Oh, he's just going wide there. Is that
We've moved
Velasquez?
to Velasquez and Fry.
Velasquez went a bit. He was the beneficiary of that one. So
Yep.
Hamilton, 15-second penalty for causing collision. 1-2-2. That
Velasquez has moved from a gamepad to a steering wheel, so definitely would have been less sort of physical on the gamepad to get out of the way of that one as Fry goes a little bit deep into Ackerman Rally and sort of invites Ferguson behind to have a look down the outside into Variante Alta. So they're going to try and do, and they're going to get away with it.
side by side.
Here we go. What's that?
And we welcome into the commentary booth, Damiano.
G'day guys, g'day Tom, g'day
How
Mike.
we doing, my friend? How's the race going for you?
I'm not saying I lost it for my team, but I didn't crash.
It's a start. It's a start.
Yeah. We started P25, I started the race, and I managed to work my way down to 42nd before the first pit stop. So, yeah, it's like trying conditions. I was the slowest guy in the team, and there was a lot of faster drivers behind me, so the idea was I just do my best to bring the car home as fast as I can, no contact, no crashes, and I did that. Had a couple little moments, lost some seconds, but didn't touch the wall.
Definitely, mate. And so you reckon you just sort of like just got bullied out a little bit and just sort of weren't able to sort of, what Jason was talking about before, just not able to sort of settle into your own pace and rhythm?
Not so much that, just lack of talent, really.
Well, at least you're honest.
No, it's fine. It was really trying conditions, especially at about, what time on the clock was it? It was about 6:30, 7 a.m. Pit stop for the cookie car. And the sun glare at Variante Alta, I could not see any of the corners there. So I don't know how the other guys are doing it. I was blinded by it.
It's always the first thing you do, mate. Turn down the bloom.
Yeah, I'll have to remember to do that for next time. Blue flag warning for car 16.
Definitely cursed this race, but I think the blue flags have been pretty well behaved earlier in the stint, so apologies to all.
Yeah, it's certainly a challenge to get the speed going while still letting the blue flags through. So that was my main aim, as well as trying not to lose too much time behind letting blue flag cars through.
Yeah, how much time do you think you lose letting a blue flagger through? A faster car through, Damiano?
It depends where you hit on the circuit, of course. But the best I managed to do was 0.6 of a second. So that's pretty nice. But sometimes you get two cars in the gap, then another car, and you've got to let them all through, so that can cost you 2.5 to 3 seconds.
And I think I mentioned before, this track's one of those ones where you're a bit blessed with opportunities to let people through, because the corners don't really, apart from Aqua Minerale, they don't really sort of just come up on you really quickly. You know, if someone catches up to you through a corner, you've got a little bit of a straight, let it through.
Yeah, that's right, Tom. And the other thing as well is like, the main thing is that if the car comes up behind you, they don't close on you so fast when you get let them through the corners, like through this the first chicane here, the Tombrello chicane. If you get caught here, you can just slide to the left, let them through, and slide back in behind them. And as long as you get the turn 4 from the Villeneuve chicane good, you don't lose too much time. These are very trying conditions inside the cockpit.
A lot of spray, a lot of cars in this little pack here as you come into Toza hairpin. All jostling a little bit. And you definitely don't want to be too tired with this many cars and this much spray, because there's a lot going on. A lot can change very quickly, as we saw before.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the other thing of letting the blue flags through is like you get out of rhythm, and then the next guy behind, you got to let him through, then you let the next guy through. It's like you don't get yourself into a good rhythm, where I never got into a good rhythm in my first stint, even though it was starting to get dry at the end.
This is nose to tail.
Yeah, the brown Mercedes. I can't see the number there, but he went offline to get a bit of a view into the top chicane and went back on line a little bit to get through the corner.
That'll be Gibbo in the 500 car. The one of the milk racing team cars, which I've just been sitting in. So I hope I didn't leave the seat too sweaty for him.
As long as you didn't wee in it, I think it'll be fine.
I think he's going to go... No, he's not going to go down the inside of the Porsche. That Merc in a straight line is a bit of a beast, and the Porsche is not great, but by being offline, he's sort of left himself vulnerable to the Aston behind him. Sugali.
And the Porsche just went into the wall there by the looks of it.
Oh dear. The $1.50 special Macca's special car behind is really putting the pressure on here. But I think he's just yielding to Bartlett, who's coming through. So Bartlett being a lap ahead, he's going to force these guys over. Get out of the way, thank you very much, and then you can carry on with your battle. So Damiano, what's your strategy for letting blue flag or faster cars through when you're in a bit of a battle like this?
I mean, you just have to do it. Sometimes you try and do it where you through a faster corner, so that way you don't lose too much speed, and maybe you can carry through when the guy in front of you, if you're chasing somebody, and he has to let the blue car through as well, and maybe you might be able to scoot him behind him. So always try and do it on a faster corner. Sometimes earlier is better.
I managed to get a bit of a pass done early on in my stint. I let a blue flag through, a lead car through, and just stuck behind him and held on until I caught up to the next car ahead. And as he moved over to let the faster car through, it opened up an opportunity for me to sneak through as well. And that's one of my favourite moves when there's lead cars coming through when you're in a tight battle.
Love to see it.
Do you remember which corner it was? Or was it a fast or a slow corner?
I made the pass on the car on the same lap through Aquaminerale, but I think I might have let the lead car through down the pit straight.
Okay, it's a good place to do it. Yeah, I found the Aquaminerale in the wet was diabolical. You just put a tiny bit of the wheel on the paint while you're braking, you're sideways. So you have to be very careful through there.
Yeah, we saw a replay earlier of the BMW of, I forget who it was, just touching the paint through Aquaminerale, just touching the curb, and then the rear end said, I don't have enough grip to hold this, goodbye.
Yes, the inside wheel had all the grip and then took it all.
We've got a little bit of a treat coming up for everyone. Eric Scarni is going to be doing an in-race interview while driving, and I could not imagine any worse conditions to be the recipient of the interview at the moment, but he's just joined us in the box now. Scarni, how you going out there, mate?
Hello! I'm good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad. How's the track feeling? You in a good place at the moment?
I am absolutely in my element. I am loving the GTR in the rain. She is a beautiful beast to drive.
Got a bit of a clear air at the moment, mate. It's just,
yeah.
No spray at all to deal with.
Apparently there's a car 2 seconds behind, but they're too fast for me to even see who they are.
So how's your stint going?
Oh, it's going great. It's going great. I only spun twice at Aquaminerale so far.
Beautiful. You're 50% ahead of everyone else at that point.
And this time, no penalties, I hope. So far, so good.
So Scarni, what's the goal for your team today?
The goal for our team, we're going to have as much fun as possible while battling as hard as we can, and just, to me, it's all about fun at the end of the day. 100%, I want to get better. I want to be top tier, but I don't want to lose sight of what makes this game great, and this is part of what makes this game great. But let's, I want to see if we can get top 20. It's going to be hard. top 30, top 25 even.
You got 6 hours to do it, mate. So definitely not without a shout there.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. I'm loving this. And the car in front is my current goal, I would say. They're probably 20-something seconds ahead. And apparently there's a car on my ass right now, but it's just a haze to me. So I'm not actually sure.
You can give us, you're on stream, mate, so give us a masterclass on letting a blue flag, being a blue flag
All right,
driver.
I'm aiming for up here because I don't want to be that guy. And there we go. Just you take the corner badly and you let them through on the inside. That's basically what you do.
Beautiful.
And then you don't hit them.
I was
And you
wondering
keep
if
going.
you-
And as far as I'm concerned, there's no car in front of me right now. Because they're too quick. They're too quick.
We'll have you running rookie soon, mate. That was textbook.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, so I guess, talk us through how the race has gone for your team so far. Where'd you start? What's happened for you guys? Anything really exciting apart from these changeable weather?
Well, the rainy start was very interesting, and I was probably the best candidate for the team to do that stint. So I just practiced a bit of rainy weather and the setup. Oh, and that's not what you do. You don't go into first gear in the GTR. But basically, yeah, that stint was very interesting. I unfortunately took 2 people out. We just, your brain fade, your mind wanders for a 10th, and I took 2 people out. I got a drive through and a 15-second penalty for our team. But apart from that, we gained a couple of positions once we put Cricky in the car for the second stint. So, and then Cricky, we put Witchell in the car, and he was having a great time. Cricky was having a nightmare of a time. I imagine his worst nightmares all came true today. Cars around him, cars behind him. Alex Pass, all these fast operators, 4th position, but he did really well. I think we've overall done really well. We have 1 track cut so far, and honestly, it's been great. It's been great fun. I've loved it today. The rain is more than welcome in my neck of the woods.
See, it's the rain's coming to an end pretty soon, mate. So what's the plan for you guys? You're going to get off the wets pretty early, or are you going to hang on for a little bit?
I've got 37 minutes on this stint, and I'd say the GTR's got enough fuel to run that. So I'm just going to run it out. Rain ends in around 10 minutes or so, does it? 10-15?
Yeah, about that. So we'll again at that sort of crossover point pretty soon.
The big thing with rookies learning about wet and changing conditions is when it stops raining, it's not dry all of a sudden. That just does not happen. I mean, that only happened to me when I was P2 at Suzuka, but we don't have to talk about that. The sun came out and just nuked everything. But today, the clouds are sticking around and it's pretty low temps, so it'll stay wet for a while. And I'm going to run these tyres out and get a track cut.
Why not?
Ooh, Scania, I think you may have got one there. Damiano here. There you go, matey.
Damiano, mate. You're good, mate. How's your team going? Your car 800?
Yeah, we managed to bring it in last place at the first stop, which was me.
You guys having fun out there?
Oh, yeah, you know how I am in the wet.
Mate.
Is this your first stint?
This is my second stint.
Oh, cool. When was your first stint?
Sorry, say again?
When was your first stint?
It was the very first stint. So I've done nothing but rain, basically.
Only pure rain. No mixed conditions.
No, just rain for Scani. Rainy days.
I did my 2 stints and I had 2 mixed conditions. So halfway through both my stints it went dry.
What we did just then before I got in the car, Cricky had enough fuel to go another 10 or so minutes. And we're like, okay, it's going to go wet. And what I said was, you do a voluntary drive-through, use up all your fuel, put me in the car. I had to put up with wets on a dry track for about a lap, maybe 2 laps. They got up to 36 and red all round, and but now it's really working out for us because the rain came in, everyone had to pit, and we didn't lose that 30 seconds going for dries and then on the wets. We instead just did a drive-through and we gained at least 30 seconds compared to if we changed drivers and tyres.
Yeah, sounds like a good strat while you're going through Aquamarali.
That's one thing I forgot to mention before when we were talking about stints, but that was, oh man, it's been great today trying to figure out what to do going forward.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with mine. It was I wasn't very fast, as you probably heard, but I kept it out the wall and I had no contact. So
Oh, mate, that's all that matters in the end. And you're having fun. That's the biggest thing.
It is. It is. Our goal was my goal for our team was to finish top 10 Pro-Am. So the slowest driver is now out of the car because I've done all my stints and let the faster guys sort it out. So hopefully it'll get dry so we can put some power down.
You telling me JC's in the wet right now?
No, not JC. We have
O'Neill.
McNeil.
Pro Neil.
Yeah, he got in the car and he was doing 2 seconds lap faster than me, but he had the right tyres and it was a dry circuit, so good on him. So I think we got back up to 38th now.
So Scarni, can you talk us through your lap? Tell us what you're looking for, what you can see with the spray in front of you, what you can't see.
There's pretty good visibility at the moment. It's not too bad. I am streaming right now. I don't know if Neil can. He's probably got a lot on his plate. I do have a face cam. And I'm decently dressed, so don't worry about that. But yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
You still wearing your hat?
Yeah, mate. It's hanging in there.
Gabby had a question before about letting a blue flag through. What about when you go to pass a blue flag car? What do you look for?
Take your time. You let them know you're there. I had to flash someone, and that guy's obviously slowing down for me. Thank you so much for that. Hope his team's watching. Thank you for letting us through. Just if you're trying to get every 10th out of it, you could have a big lose and lose a minute, two, who knows. So the main thing is stay calm. Probably take it a little easier. So don't be right up their arse the whole time. Back out of braking zones if they're not going to let you through. But most people are pretty good.
Yeah, any scary ones so far this race?
I hate to throw him under the bus. I hate to do it.
Then don't do it.
Hamster. I was right behind Hamster. I don't know what was going on. I was just looking around him, and then I slotted in behind him. It's like he broke all of a sudden to let me through while I was behind him, and I crapped me dax.
You did a Lewis Hamilton too.
You love that.
Oh, you never know what's going on the other side of the screen. So it's all, it all ended all right, and I got a good laugh out of it.
There we
Sorry
go.
to
We've
throw
got
you
you on
under the
stream here,
hamster
Scarni, so give us a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. I'm on the stream, Mum.
The double stream.
Give us a thumbs up while you're going into turn one. Love yous. Love yous. Thank you so much for everyone who's volunteered and everyone racing and donating to OOR. All the chatters. Oh my God, we all come together and create such a lovely, lovely atmosphere here. And I'm sorry to ruin that by being such a terrible driver. Don't do what I do, everybody.
It says the soon-to-be pro driver.
What's for position ahead?
Let's go, mate. Let's go for it.
Let's do this. I don't know how much I can catch him, but I know Babby hates the Bentley in the wet. And this thing, I'm loving this thing in the wet. Aquaman Raleigh, take it easy. Don't brake on these curves here. Oh, see, the car even wanted to go then. It's Aqua Minerale is something else in the wet, man. I'll tell you, it lives up to its name.
You're doing? You're scaring me, man.
I'm scaring myself. Don't you worry.
All right, we'll let you go, mate. We'll let you focus on catching Babby, mate. It's been a pleasure having you, and we'll look forward to maybe catching a bit later in the race. So go enjoy the wet track, and all the best, mate.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one, eh? Drink plenty of water.
That's plenty coming, mate. See ya.
See ya.
That was Eric Scarni, one of the great characters of OOR Racing.
Am I still here?
You are. I can still hear you.
There we go. He's gone.
Thank God for that. Oh man, he just wouldn't shut up.
But
you know it's a joke. You know it's a joke.
You'll be glad to know that this rain is stopping in 10 minutes' time, and this we're going to get into that awkward crossover period again. The track is slowly warming up as the sun is slowly climbing off the horizon. It's 10:30 here in Italy. So we've got some action coming up over the next half an hour or so.
So that's going to throw another cat among the strategic pigeons. So what do you think the teams are going to do? Are they going to stay out on the wets and try and run down that stint timer and use them up, or are they going to dive into the pits and swap over to dries again?
I think just depending on where your stint timer is, I think your crossover just bases on when you have to pit basically fuel more than anything.
Yeah, like for our car, we drive to the conditions. We are a bit further back for sure, and we might get lucky and have some good stint timers ending at the weather change. But I know this one we're probably going to have about half an hour of wet and dry racing in this stint. So depending what the next weather's going to be like in the next half hour that we can see, we'll probably change drivers and change stints. That being said, you do want to try and stretch it out where you can. And we've also noticed that the circuit seems to stay, and it was mentioned earlier as well, that the circuit stays wetter longer than expected.
Be interesting to see if that was just an early morning thing though, because it's a little bit warmer now.
Yeah, it's only 19 and 22, so it's not completely warmed up. Still very early morning. I'm normally still asleep at this time of day on the weekend.
We're on board with Philippa Bakita at the moment. That car has been in a little bit of a class of its own these past couple of hours. Not too much competition. I genuinely hope they're not a lap ahead of P2, because that'd be... I think that might just be a Kunos visual bug, but when I jumped in, these guys were all very close together, so...
According to Pit Wall, that gap is 88 seconds, so that is a lap. Or nearly a lap.
Minute 20, no, that's not a lap, but yeah, so it's a fair chunk of a lap, so it'd be very interesting to sort of see how much they're pushing in that car, because they're in a pretty comfortable place.
So on the lead lap we have Philippa Bakita in the BMW, Andrew Lawrenson in the 919 Aston, Ryan Houlihan in the 818 Aston, and Jerry... This is going to be another butchering of a name.
Go on, do it.
Jerry Kernai one. Kearney one? Kearney one? I don't know. In the 789 BMW. So those four on the lead lap, and then following them up is JP Sinikas, who is a lap and 25 down. We're watching Hooley come down the main straight here now.
Once again, though, it's just a case of there's a lot of packs of cars very, very close together. Unfortunately, so none of this is really for position, but just a lot of cars. Actually, no, sorry, Houlihan is right on the back of P3 here, so this is for position.
I think, although this is for position, I think the driving might be fairly contained here, because the weather conditions don't really allow for someone to move offline and make a dive under the brakes or anything like that. It doesn't really work like that in the wet though. So it'd just be sitting behind, piling on the pressure, waiting for a mistake.
I think also the rain has stopped.
Yeah, the car in P4 getting the blue flags. So I believe it's been coming up behind them.
Yes, they are. So we're not even halfway, and P4 is being one.
So this is interesting how P4 racing for a P3 position for the podium will let through a blue flag. So. Mind you, at this level of the race, the leaders will be relatively equal on pace. We have Philippa Bakita doing 1 minute 48.8, and these two are running around about 1 minute 15.7. So that's a 2-second gap between the pace between the leader and P3. So that could be down to fuel and tyres for pit stops. They'll be coming in into the steps or not. And it's looking like Houlihan's looking to make a move on Iwan. He's gone on the inside of turn 1. He's had a good turn in, and looks like the move is secure. Good position. for P3.
Yep. Shout out to Kearney one as well, who saw it coming and didn't sort of just try and fight it all the way through. Knew it was Woolhart's probably got the pace advantage overall, and it was just costing them time as they battled and battled.
And that is one thing I do also like about the endurance racing. You're racing essentially against the clock, not against the people around you. So if there's a car that's faster behind you and you're defending, you can potentially end up being slower by defending. But if you let the guy through, or the car through, you lose a position, but you can get it back in a better pit stop or driver swaps, someone being past or something.
Oh, that Porsche header's just going wide there. He's done well to keep it together.
Living dangerously.
We've seen so many cars just touch the curb there in the wet and off they go. Off like a bride's nightie on her wedding night.
That's a good. Hey, have you hit the curb there at all? Going through there in any of your stints as the Porsche leads through Houlihan?
I've not. I've been fortunate enough to be only driving in the dry so far. I'm sure I'm going to curse myself by saying that too often.
Still got 5.5 hours to go. I don't know how many more stints you've got left, so there's room for opportunities. Houlihan pulls in at 19. 1 minute 40. I can't even read these numbers. Yes, 1 minute 49.1. And so he's 1.4 seconds off Philippa's speed. And he's dropping back from P2, Lawrenson, by half a second a lap.
Track is now damp, so we're probably heading very quickly towards the crossover point when it goes greasy, when slicks can work. So those cars that are sort of coming to the end of the stint now are in a pretty good place, but that is a huge slide there from Kearney one, and shout out to the cookie car for managing not to pile into the back of him.
Yeah, very easy to get crisscrossed up there, trying to avoid another car. Get a bit of a tank slap happen. Definitely, it's something that was really well avoided.
He's done very well to hold that one together. This is one of the corners that catches me out quite a lot. I end up, if there's a bit of a slip there, I'll end up running wide. Oh, as we see, is that the cookie car going off at Aqua Minerale?
It is.
Oh, unlucky there.
Managed to rejoin between the gaps.
Yeah, another victim to those slippery curbs.
He's gone through the variant in a very confident manner, so the little slide has not impacted his confidence in keeping his pace up.
Yeah, Chris is he's no slouch, and what he's also done is bought himself a little bit of clear air to just recalibrate and do what he needs to do to get back up to pace, which is as much of a benefit as it can be.
Yes, I'll just go through the top 10 of what we've got at the moment. We've got Philippa Bakita in P1, car 89 BMW. Lawrenson in car 919, Aston Martin. Houlihan, 818, Aston Martin. Kuniawan in 789 in the BMW. And P5 we have one of the Sonicus brothers, I'm not sure which, car 191 in the Aston Martin. D. Gray, car number 69 BMW in P6. C. Ming Wong in car 989 BMW. P8 is K. Potter, car number 732 BMW. Car number 9, in position 9 is Kai Rudin, car number 315 Aston Martin. And Vintner in P10, car number 5 Aston Martin. So Aston Martin BMWs is the car of choice at the moment. P11 is a Honda with Valero in car number 84.
Yeah, definitely a front engine dominated event here.
Sliding down the first Mercedes P14 driven by L. Hamilton, car number 600. Top Lexus is J. Moss, car 777 P18 in the Lexus. Top Porsche, N. Miller, car number 217 and P23. Top Nissan is A. Lee, car 111 in position 25. And that brings us down. That's everyone, isn't it? Oh, Mr. Bentley. Where's the Bentley? Is there a bit?
There is a
There is a
Bentley.
Bentley.
It is covered in rubber duckies and Mark Bushell's face.
He didn't get a face plant on it, did he?
No, it's part of the skin. It's the Kovacs yellow car is a Bentley, being driven by Michael Babb and Sean Bubb now.
And they are in position 33, car 991.
There it is. I see it now. Thank you.
The Bentley's not a particularly fun car at Imola, unfortunately. I think in the wet it just gets even worse. So they're having a pretty tough time out there, but shout out to them for continuing on.
It gets the nickname the boat, but yet it doesn't seem to like the water too much.
It used to like the water. Here we are. There's the car on
There it
stream
is.
now.
Sponsored by Lego.
Did you say it had someone's face all over it?
It does have someone's face on the rear bumper. So we'll it's a chance to enjoy looking at rubber ducks for everyone, and then there might be a couple of Easter eggs on a couple of skins that we can have a look at as well. But they've also got Scarney right on the back of them, so we're probably glad we let Scarney go because he'll be concentrating like mad trying to set that Bentley up for a move somewhere.
He will be frothing, I reckon.
Track tip
We'll
up
have
to
to cut
24.
We'll have to cut over to his stream if he makes the move and see if he's waving his hat around. Oh, he's getting nice and close, racking the rally. That's good. Looks like a blue flag getting let through. No, that's Fernandez by looks of it. He had a bit of an off through Aquaminerali, and now he's defending against Bubnow and Scarney.
Is that Taylor behind? No, it's not. So 3 cars there for position and a blue flag hanging out there as well.
Yeah, depending on the speed of the 4th car there, you just want to hang back and just maintain pace. Depends how much faster you are and how much the guys in front of you are battling. So with these guys being in P30s and that blue flag, I'm sure we're down where he is, depending on the lap times, so we just want to stay behind and keep the pace. He's certainly keeping up the pace there with Bentley coming as turns into the very
Are they starting to look for some water on the track now to cool down the tyres? Looked like a few cars moved offline down the start straight, but in the background we'd see someone moving over to the wet side of the track there. But I think Scarney will be concentrating on the rear bumper of this Bentley, trying to see if he can get a move done. Who gets the better exit out of here? He is right up the backside there of the Bentley. It's almost pushing him up the hill.
Piratella's definitely not a place to go down the inside though. You need to be already alongside if you're going to think about a move there. But we're going to think about putting Bubnow offline into Aquaminerali. He manages to keep it straight, gets it tucked into the second apex, and he's managed to defend that position pretty well. But Scarney's definitely got the pace to do something about that. That Porsche of Fernandez has just taken off again.
Is that Taylor? Ooh. The Aston Martin in the background, the purple wing. Oh no, it's Bruno, blue car. I think. No, not Bruno. That was the BMW.
So I'm going to do a quick shout out as well to Michael Pickford, who it's his birthday today. You're in P31 there with Darren White in the car number 71. So happy birthday to you, Picky. Great to have you here on your yearly day of significance.
Happy birthday, mate. Have a nice wet weekend. I think Scarney's best point of attack is to get him up now in the next chicane. So to get a much better drive out of the chicanes there.
He gets a good drive out of there. Just got to back out before he goes through the Villeneuve chicane.
He's got to set him up into this out of the hairpin here or something like that. Get him defending, compromise his line.
It's tucked up right under that back wing there.
Where's the face? You can see the back of the car now. Where's the face?
It's very
Scotty's trying to put him
small.
off by the wheelie. There you go. This is the pressure moment above now. Squeeze. Getting a little bit of pressure from Scotty through here.
Scotty getting a good drive up the hill. It's not quite enough to put the pressure on here. I think I thought we were going to get a view of the face then.
Is that the trout?
It is the trout.
A little bit of rear wing damage as well.
Yeah, it looks like they've copped a bit of a boot up the backside. That tends to be the sort of thing that happens in endurance racing. If you come out with an unscathed car, you haven't raced properly.
Thanks, mate. That's exactly what I did. Oh dear. No, it's what Scani. All he can really do here is just apply the pressure and just hope for a mistake from them. But now seems to have the mental fortitude to keep on.
Exactly. He's not defending completely fresh air. He's not setting himself completely offline, but Scani's got a much better run out of the chicane there. So he'll be able to poke his nose out. He's not far enough alongside into Villeneuve, so no chance there. But if Bubner goes a bit wide here in Villeneuve, which he does, probably get him defending into the hairpin. He's not close enough, so you can't rely on that distance. Bit of extra grunt up the hill to get him alongside into Piratella.
Like you say, he's got to get him offline. So while there's this drying line on the track, he's got to get him offline onto the wet stuff and then try and force him into thinking he needs to outbrake Scania into a corner so that he pushes it a bit too late on the wet line and then catches himself out. So that's it's a bit of a setup. Can Scania get him set up like that?
As you said, though, Sean's an experienced fella around here, so he's no newbie around the car. That is a big car, chicane Scania.
Very confident.
Sun's coming out, according to the weather predictor up in the top right there, so the track will start to dry out a little bit quicker now. It's 24 degrees, so we'll get through the greasy stage pretty quickly by the sounds of that. And Darren White gives his teammate Michael Pickford the best birthday present of a 15-second penalty.
Racing at the back, P44s. It's going to go side by side and let the leader through. This is going to be very exciting. Is that the leader? Yes, it is. No.
What a great shot.
Drone cam's pilot is getting a lot better.
That was really well done by all three drivers. Excellent.
Lexus on Lexus action here as well.
One decides to try and pull the tyres, the other one's maintaining the line. They're doing a very good job getting out of the exit there for signature. Let's see how they go parrying up there.
How does the Lexus go around here? What's the strength of the Lexus that needs to be exploited here?
Straight line. It is a beast in a straight line. Because it just pulls six and keeps going, whereas a lot of cars sort of get a wall. But it does have a very clunky diff that just likes to toss you into the wall through some corners. So it's not the fastest car by any means at all.
Scani just dropping back a little bit. I wonder if he's pushed too hard and made a mistake, or if they had to yield to blue flags at all. But we're looking to get back up under that rear wing. Both of these cars have the aerodynamics of a shopping trolley, so I think any draft that they can get will be helping them out quite a bit.
a quick poll in chat. If we could get any driver in for an in-car interview like we just had with Scarney, that is currently racing out there, who would you like? Because all we can do is ask. So give us some options and we'll see if we can do something for you.
Track is now greasy, so I think we'll start to see that crossover point approach quickly.
Yeah, there's a dry line, so you can make slicks work if you're brave, and that may be an option for, you know, if you're like a Scarney who's he's probably a little bit faster, but just trapped up behind another car. You may be able to sort of just make it work if you're clever.
Get the undercut in, you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, especially if it starts to... Oh, it's going to rain again in half an hour.
Oh dear. The weather on this race, it's going to keep everyone on their toes.
Yeah, it looks blue out there, mate, but the Bureau of Italy does not lie.
Yes, it's certainly one of the challenging moments of this race, whereas when we had Bathurst was completely dry, and the previous race before that I think was Paul Ricard, or might have been another one after that, where it just was drenched, heavy rain the entire race. So this is very changeable, it makes it very difficult for everyone in participating.
Yeah, I believe that race was called Bender Ricard or something, was it?
That was the race for Michael Badman when he had his diagnosis and some treatment as we watch someone deciding to take a different line through Akron-Morali.
I was just seeing on the other camera there that Scarney is just slightly falling back from Bub now.
We've also got a yellow flag down at the hairpin, so, and a lot of dots very close, so there might have been some content back there that we can catch a replay of, but yeah, Scarney has dropped a little bit off the back of Bub now. Maybe his tyres are just a bit overinflated or something, and he's losing a wash, losing a bit of grip.
Oh, I don't think they're overinflated, I think they've absolutely melted.
Yeah, we saw some other cars, you know, just driving offline to try and get take some of the heat out of their tyres, get a bit of moisture on them. But Scarney was focused on staying on the line and giving it to Bub now.
As some of the leaders are starting to pit and other drivers are starting to pit, whether it's by time, which doesn't look like it because it seems to be quite grouped. So people are starting to pit for dries now. As the track's gone to greasy.
So Bubner's on the back of Darren White. So this is all for position here. Fernandez managed to get past White, and both Bubner and Scarney jump into the pit lane.
Both of them in. So White is the one with the penalty. Neither Bubner or Scarney have a penalty. So it's going to be who can get in their box, who can not like mess up their engine start, and then you know, it's going to be tight. They're going to come out one after the other.
And also, so I was just going to say, and also any damage you want to repair.
Yeah, that's right, because we saw some damage on the rear of the Bentley there, didn't we?
That's very, very true there.
So will they repair that damage and come out behind, or will they, you know, hang on to it and keep position?
For me personally, I always want to repair any damage, even if it's like 1 or 2 seconds, because you don't want it to accumulate and to have it like 10 seconds and then get put behind a slower car, as Houlihan continues in P3, and he's staying out on these wet tyres. Yeah, but I think when you get to the last 1 or 2 hours of the race, I think repairs won't be done. And I think Scarney's done the pit stop manoeuvre. He looks like he may have coming up in front of Bub now.
It's also a good chance to show if you've done some practice on your pit stop, so you know how to stop in the box. So you kind of crew have to move the car, start the car before it drops, so you don't have to wait for the starter to kick over in the air. But yeah, we wait to sort of see where Michael Babb has taken over from Sean on this drying track. Wait to sort of see where, and yeah, Witchell has jumped him, so maybe they didn't change tyres, who knows.
So yeah, car 900 with Eric Scarney, as you were saying, which was taken over, and driver swap and gone into the lead, and Bud now in car 991 has handed over to Michael Babb. I'd say they've probably done some repairs, and that's the delta and the time difference there. Wasn't car 717 top 10?
717 did start 10th. This is Pat Oliver. They failed to set a time in the shootout, so they started 10th. Yeah, maybe having some trouble there. They're down in P20 at the moment.
And Kay Potter in car 732 at BMW, currently in P6, is serving a 20-second penalty. So his pit stop's going to be a bit lengthy.
So it's in the Codex Purple car. Shady Samuel has taken over from South African brothers, so he will have to navigate reasonably heavy rain coming in half an hour. And a drive-through for 315 track limits, I think. So I think that's number 2.
Pushing very hard. Now, sorry, going out the hairpin, going up the hill, the car was getting very sideways and very squirrely up the hill. So he's pushing very, very hard there, Michael Land. As P3 and P4 are making a pit stop. And the weather's changed. I just noticed now it's 30 minutes time. We're going to have some heavy rain. So absolutely mandatory new tyres in 30 minutes or less. So mark your clocks, everybody. At 4 hours and 45 minutes to go, we're going to have some heavy rain as Michael Land comes into the pit to serve his drive-through. Or another pit stop change.
If the drive-throughs for track limits, don't they get converted to a penalty?
No, only for speeding in pit lane. You can't. I don't think they can actually kill those drive-throughs in the steward's box.
Ah, correct. It looks like is he going to do a pit stop? No, he's doing a drive-through. He's just trying to shortcut it.
Yeah, pro strat right there. Can clip the apex in the pits, save yourself a tiny bit of time, and every 10th can count.
So unlucky, using up three of their speed tickets. Getting the drive-through.
Come out right to traffic as well, just to make his life even better.
Yes, there's some very pacey teams having some really awful races today. I'm just trying to see where my team's ended up. Car number 800.
It is very, very wide through field, and both those cars there not really doing the best job of that. I think Matt Land's going to be seeing a little bit of red for the moment, so he'll be glad that he's got a relatively clear track in front of him. 8 seconds to make up to McInnes in P10.
Yes, the track is still greasy, so we're not going to see some mega fast times coming out, and it's going to be really interesting. Like the race is starting to feel like half-hour stints. Yeah, I was always hoping they would start a bit wet, maybe, not start wet, but if it was wet, that it would dry out and be remain of the race be dry. But it hasn't proven to be the case, as the track temperature is moving up now to 25 degrees.
Yeah, where did Matt Lamb started in 2nd place? So to be down in 11th is obviously going to be a disappointment for them. But there's still 5 hours left to go in this race, and as we've seen with the weather, anything can happen. You make a ballsy call, could pay off. It might not have paid off. They might have made a ballsy call that hasn't paid off, and that might be why they're down in 11th.
Yeah, I think they stayed on dries in the first rain shower and just didn't quite pay off for them.
Yeah, that's what I did in my second stint. We needed a driver swap, so we swapped earlier than what we really wanted to, and the circuit was damp. So I went out on dry tyres on damp, knowing that it would be most likely dry by my pit stop, which it was, but always the lane goes very wide through the exit there. And yeah, so I lost a chunk of time, so that's probably where a lot of my time was costly, but it was... Oh, there's contact at the back there. There was a black, orange, red and white Aston, I think it was, had a bit of contact going through one of the corners there. He was on the dirt for a little bit. I think it was car 717, judging by the minimap. He got back on the circuit and got going again.
That would be Pat Oliver in 717.
We will wait for a replay of that to see what happened there. It was, as you said, in the back of the stream, hard to really tell what happened.
It looked very scary from my perspective, and it looks like someone else has had a bit of a moment through Variante Tamburello. So drivers coming out on the pits on their dry tyres, expecting a little bit of extra grip, which is still getting used to.
Here we go, we've got the replay here. Oh, just running a bit wide there, getting a bit of a slide, coming back on. Bit of traffic coming around. Looks like some yielding, oh, and then just the clip of the rear bumper.
I wonder what happened there. He had like a momentary disconnect.
No, he's just hasn't realised that there's actually two cars there, and also hasn't cleared the car that we've tried moving across. So yeah, it's probably just a bit of a red mist from making the mistake earlier. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it looked like he moved across to get back on the racing line a little bit more, but like you were saying, the last car in that group there, he hadn't cleared him, and he just got tapped into a spin.
This is for position, so Sam Carson, the 17 Lexus, having to fight with Glover in the BMW ahead. And there's a slow-moving car on the exit of Tamburello there. Hopefully just some blue flags and not another mistake. So track's gone straight to optimum, which you love to see.
We did not see fast pop through there at all.
Nor green. Yes, so it seems, looking at the leaders' times, they're doing 1 minute 43s now, and Madison in P3 scored a 1 minute 42.9, so the pace is in the track again.
Yeah, I think anyone still out on wet tyres would be really hurting right now, I think.
Oh yeah, you're not going to stretch those wet tyres, I don't think, until the 30-minute mark. Actually, I think it's what we got about, what to say, quarter two, so we got, what's that, 10 minutes, maybe another 10, so maybe another 20 minutes of dry running.
And Ross getting a 15-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 149. We're currently on lap about, I don't know, about 155 for the leader, I think. 158.
Yes, 158.
So it's a little while ago. Stewart's working away in the background, dealing with these incidents. You see Carson coming up to ready to make a move here into Tamburello. On the outside, not really the place to get a move done there. Get the inside line on the second curb, but you're outside on the first and the third.
And the third car in that group there is car 800, my car, and we have JC driving. Jamie Convoy. So he was the fastest driver in our team, and in the race server, I think he was possibly getting 1 minute 41s in race pace.
He is
no slouch.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to unlap himself and bring my poor driving up to a higher standard.
He's looking very rapid.
First race win. in the sprint series at Suzuka last week, which was very cool to see. But you know, as you said, he's got to unlap himself here, which when there's two cars battling is always very, very challenging. So he's going to have to be a bit patient, unfortunately, and just sit there and wait for either something to happen or for this rain to come back and ultimately out of it.
Yes, and that's the other thing as well. So everyone that's on the circuit now has effectively pitted within 1 or 2 laps of each other. So you can't count on pit strategy to make it run. As the Lexus gets very close there behind the BMW. Let's see how fast the Lexus pulls out of the corner.
I've got a very obvious speed, unfortunately. You can see it on the dash, the numbers are a bit unclear, so we're going to be at least 250, 260.
257, 258, 260, 261, and braking. Oh, as JC comes through. He's definitely got the pace on it.
Getting half the move done there, so I think you'll be looking to get past Glover on this lap too.
Yeah, once he clears those guys, there's a little bit of the gap up ahead. You can stretch it through. It's 25 seconds. So as we can see, the track temperature is still 25, with the ambient being 21. The time is just coming up to 11 AM local time, and we've got just over 5 hours to go in the race. The Permobil Imola 10-hour OOR Endurance Race. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. All ticks and mentions are greatly appreciated. And I'd say being a faster car in the middle of the blue flags, you're needing to prove, you're always allowed to unlap yourself when you are in a position or being lapped behind, but the ruling that we have is that you need to demonstrate that you're faster once you get through. So if you pass the guy in front but you're only a couple tenths slower, or a couple tenths faster, you pretty have to get the position back unless you maintain your gap. Looks like Pickford's come through. I wonder if Jamie has let that car through because those two are battling.
Yeah, I'd say likely had the blue flags waving at him, so he's decided to just let him back in. We've got a 141.4 from Philip at Makita.
Very rapid. That rain's still half an hour away, so we might have a normal stint here. As we welcome into the commentary box again Stefan Bachtold, who has jumped back out of the steward's box, and I will leave you in Stefan, Mike and Damiano's capable hands, and I'll catch you all later for a bit more.
Thank you, Tom. Hello, Stefan.
Yeah, hi. Good to be back. It actually was a bit more quiet in the stewarding box right now. I mean, I know they're gonna hate me for cursing it, but yeah, it was. It has settled down a little bit. What's going on in the commentary box?
We were just talking about those spurious decisions that we saw coming up on the screen there. So
the weird stuff that the stewards do. Yeah, I mean, all of them. I don't know what they're thinking.
You want to talk us through some of the decisions that stewards face on the regular during some of these races? What sort of things do they consider when they're looking at incidents?
Well, I mean, to put it very straightforwardly, we're basically looking at who's at fault and what they do wrong. No, but I think the thing is that oftentimes it's not as black and white as you possibly would think when you see a crash. And I mean, honestly, having raced myself and having caused incident, having been the victim of incidents, if you're personally involved in it, you always feel like, well, this is crystal clear, that's the other guy's fault. But then when you actually look at it again with a bit of distance and you look at the replay closely from a few different angles, then you see, hey, there's a few different things to it. And I think overall it's just about considering about what drivers should have done. We know that nobody's perfect, everybody makes mistakes. So we also try to to kind of account for that saying, well, this is a fair decision, this is something that is worth a penalty, and this is something that is a racing incident, and this is something that is nothing at all. So yeah, I think overall it's a lot of weighting different factors into it, of making these decisions, and also draw on the experience of a few people in the stewarding team. I mean, it's never just one person looking at things.
Yeah, that's a great outline there.
So, Stefan, do you, as the steward said, like every incident is essentially unique, but is there much scope for precedents being made?
Well, I mean, the thing is that we do have certain guidelines, right? And I mean, these also change a little bit from season to